Hello. Wait. Welcome to session 100. These are the flowers I bought for session 100. Wow. How do you all feel? Let's go around. My feelings, in Japanese schools, when something special happens, like a special performance or a special lesson, they make the kids stand up in front of the whole school and give their feelings about what they just saw. I'm going to do that. Today, I want to tell you all that I think this game has gone absolutely off the rails. Every week is a challenge for my mental capacity, but I come out of it stronger every time, and I wouldn't have it any other way, except for sometimes maybe the way I wrote in the notes.
I feel that.
Who wants to go next?
Go in a circle?
Yeah, Thomas, it's your go.
Okay.
About session 100.
I've learned.
My nose.
We've gone through a lot of experiences together. I did not anticipate how crazy D&D would be in 2018 when Lily brought me to that cafe and was like, hey, I'm going to show you what this game is like. We need another cleric. Can you please pick a cleric? And I was like, sure. I like healers and shit.
Please pick a
I
cleric.
did not know that's how it happened, but I like it.
I did not.
I suggested.
Yeah, I like the suggestion. I like healers in general, so I was like, why not? I could not have envisioned the crazy adventures that we would go through together. The emotional turmoil we would not only put ourselves in, but put Emma through with our chaos and our rampage through her world with crazy shit that nobody could have really predicted. And all of those memories have been some of the most cherished memories, not only of like the last 2 years that we've been playing this game, but just of my life in general. So big thanks, lots of love to all of you guys for making like this a really magical experience in like the most literal sense of that word.
Wow.
Here's to another 1,000. Jesus. That's gonna be like a whole month in game. I'm ready.
I will DM to you as long as you guys want me still. Next up is Anna.
Well,
Hi, Anna.
Hello.
Hi. How do you feel about session 100?
I feel very good about session 100. It's kind of weird how it feels like we've been doing this forever. But it's also like fresh every week, and like there's always moments of fun, and like you all bring very like in-depth things to it, and Emma, your stories are just very, I don't know how you make them, but like they're so like, oh, there's so many little things. And they yeah, you could say they're thick with many C's. All the characters are delightful. I love being a strong lizard woman. Yeah. It's very good vibes. There you go. Yeah.
Thank you, Anna. You are best strong lizard woman. Lily.
Is it me?
Lily.
No,
it's Lily.
Oh, it's me? Okay.
Oh,
well,
okay.
First of all, thank you for all the emotional trauma. Really couldn't imagine my life without it. I'll go in a circle as well. Aylin, I want to say thank you to you for always being so wholesome and lovely, and you bring a special kind of love to this campaign. And I really feel like you are the parental figure in this group, both as a person and as a character. So thank you. Anna, you're always so cute and funny. You always make me laugh, and I always go ooh ooh when Bluey's on screen. So thank you. Thomas, thank you for the chaos. It really satisfies my own chaotic heart. Every time Neff does something, it takes me off guard, and the fact we've been playing for this long and it still takes me off guard, congratulations, that's a big achievement. And Emma, well, thank you for hauling me into Wendy's room that day in Japan, helping me create All-Star Game On to compliment Shrekamus Vitassian. And I have not looked back since that day, and every single game has been light of my life.
Wow. Aylin. It's you. Thank you, Lily.
Yeah, here we are. It's like we haven't even started yet, and I'm crying. Hey. typical to fashion. Just very, very happy
You'll
to be
cry
here.
more than once this session, that I can promise you. Okay, anyway, continue.
Accurate. All day, every day. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy that Emma brought me into this game with you guys. I just love you guys so much. And every week that I get to spend with you is just keeps me going. Y'all are my family, and I couldn't ask for anything more.
Here, here.
For a moment, these flowers are you, Aylin. I'm about to hug them. Get it? I'm giving you a hug.
Oh.
Don't get lily pollen on you.
Water bottle.
I'll have a shower next. Well, guys,
Never
and
gets
I will
stayed
None
say
of you are as small as
one
this, though.
for George, because she isn't
So
here.
you think I'm skinny? No.
Thank you also to George for playing and being carrying on this game since 2018 in Japan until now, even though you couldn't be here today. I'm glad that you're part of this game. And we have Cass, strong Cass of the Zero as well. Righty, lads. Ain't that great? Well, thank you all for being amazing. And for anyone who's watching, thank you as well, because you're all so great. Cool. So, shall we do the 100th roll for recap?
No, let's just end it here.
Okay, bye guys.
All right,
This
see
has
you
been a
around. That was really
session.
great.
See you next week.
I will leave you guys to
99
roll off.
recaps, right?
Oh yeah, that means
don't
next
do
session is going to be the
recap.
100th recap. I think
So
if
we
we've
should
done.
have celebrated
Oh
it.
yeah.
No, okay.
Well, you know what, guys? I'm not the smartest bean.
I spilled my tea in celebration of my tea spilling throughout the campaign.
No, Thomas.
Oh,
Oh, dumbass.
We need to have every
Also,
trope.
no.
Yeah, we need to hit every point of a regular DC session. No less than 12 Loran innuendos.
No, less than 12, I'll be
oh,
counting.
gosh.
Oh god. We need the number closest to 3, please.
Alrighty.
Ain't me, it's a 19.
Okay. Unless everybody else rolled 19s and 26.
I'm tied
it
with
might be you.
Aylin.
Okay.
19!
Okay,
It's a
It's
bluey
a
recap.
it's me.
The blue
Goodbye.
cap.
The blue cap.
Okay. It's me, Bluey. Alright. Well, we start off session 99 with Taravine just raking into Saraz's back the contract that we're about to sign with him. Which is very not good. But someone had to be chosen to do it. So Brian's like one of the first on the scene with like ice to numb Saraz's back, and I think Slya does a someone does a heal. Oh yeah, Slya heals Saraza, and kind of what seems to happen is like the contract will like remain on there, but like the skin's no longer inflamed. It's like he's back to full, but it's just that's gonna be on him until we fulfill the terms, which is getting Taravine to ascend.
Mhm.
Can't remember the full terms.
Yes.
Anyway, Cirilla Russ can give us information. Taravine will go off to rebuild the forge. We go to a mysterious extra-dimensional mansion-like door where we go into a mansion. We go into Cirilla Russ's the wizard thing. What's
Marvelous Mansion.
Thank you. All right. It's very like cottage farmlight. That's very nice.
His cottage core.
We're carrying Saraza into the room, trying not to like move his back Anyway, so Slya beforehand had mentioned in a little mind message if Cerulorus knew anything about Rulora life. So Cerulorus sits us down and tells us that like Rulora life was an old friend once to them, but haven't been friends for a while. And they hope that'll change. Rulora life was one of the few dragons left behind after the dragon plane, able to come to the material plane but not to return. Other dragons had, them and the other dragons had the goal of repairing the broken passageway between the mortal world and the world of our kind. And I was like, our kind? What do you mean?
Oh shit.
But Rulora life, Cerulorus explained, is kind of lost and went against that goal. And another dragon still living tried to repair that passageway, and to maintain peace they had to be trapped. And he's referring to Cassiel, who's wait, is he? Are they? I don't know. Yes, one of the sorcerers of Laeberus.
Yeah,
yes,
Cassiel.
Which makes
Wish
Leah
that
go
he had
like,
a constitution strong enough to do the thing that nobody else could. I wonder why.
Like that moment in Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't know. Anyway,
What
sorry.
was your dragon?
Yes, Cassiel had like huge magical withstanding abilities, and is also a dragon. Yes, trapped between the two planes. In the
A place
what?
between the
Okay.
planes, you could say.
I've written in the
Wonder if anyone
Feyways.
else heard that.
Unknown, maybe the Mother of Dragons. Is the Mother of Dragons somewhere in the Feyways or elsewhere? Why did I write that?
Oh, the mother of Daenerys is in Fairways. No, the mother of dragons would be referring to, well, would suggest Tiamat. But that's kind of more of just a name that she's just gained over time.
Thank you. All right. Yes. But the piece, the like Cassiel being trapped to like keep the peace, that's not apparently a permanent solution. Which really I think starts to get Slayer on edge, because she's thinking, Cassiel like followed the same deities that I do. Am I destined for like when I meet, Cassiel to like what? So like that's the rest of us don't know about this. Yes. There was a fourth dragon, and they remained good. So that's all I wrote there. Sorry. So after that, like weirdly unfolding bombshell, Cerulorus also talks about how the only way to break a contract with a demon is to kind of like recruit the antithesis of the demon, which is like dragonkind. Because it's like the goodness, and you breathe on it to it's Tiamat, the queen of the fallen chromatic dragons. Am I saying that Tiamat is one of the ones who can break contracts? Is that why I wrote that?
Maybe, but
it's fallen dragons.
You would maybe think
that suggests
no, considering that fallen would insinuate that she's not good.
Yeah, so okay,
it's a
so
good
maybe
persuasion.
Not. Yeah.
Though it is not unheard of chromatic dragons to switch sides from traditional D&D lore. Just because I didn't think that was as interesting. Making chromatic
that's fair.
like evil and metallic good. I don't know.
I wrote Cerulorus's deity prefers to see the good and gives inherently divine power. Is this the dragon deity or is this someone else? I can't. Sorry.
It's okay. What bit are you confused about?
I mean, Cirilla, like, they're not convinced that they could do it.
Yes.
Anyway, okay. So a contract can only be destroyed under a chromatic dragon's breath. Good
A good
uncorrupted
dragon's
dragon. Cassiel was the best of them, apparently. So we might be paying Cassiel a visit. Then I had a break here, and then I wrote, Ruby has a staunch belief in dragons. Bluey may know that Cirilla being a dragon isn't such a secret around the embassy. And then I wrote conspiracy wall / bingo, because mentions of, or like, I had this suspicion of like the tears or tears thing, and like all this stuff is sort of like, what? It's a very fun moment. I think I skipped some stuff there, but meanwhile, Loran and Brian go to the kitchen. And there is, yes, a moment where Loran confesses to Brian that, like, wow, seeing Sarah's like, you know, in a bad way was not good. And Loran has trouble like bringing down his kind of like barrier even to his brother, and Brian's like, I want to encourage you to do that, and like, you know, I guess like don't miss the opportunities to like express how you feel, and just, anyway. Then I wrote, things just keep getting dramatic. Then they hug.
Indeed, they do.
Tea chain ideas. Oh yes, with moss tea. Brian makes moss tea, and it's like, can we make a new charter? No. A better one. No. Okay. In some time, Cirilla has come back to us with the grimoire, because that can be used to like ask Taravine questions. It's written in the thing. So yes, it's conduit for Taravine's knowledge. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, it's his knowledge. All right. So Brian asks where Karul's bodies, were Karul's bodies designed, or were they already existing? And for Karul specifically, Taravine took like living fey creatures and forged them into replicas of Karul's body. I don't see. I just wrote another line like living bodies on the material plane. Does this mean that all the bodies are just in the material plane? Is that what I meant? I think. Anyway, Brian is unsatisfied. I don't know. Like it's it's not all that much. Can't remember who asked, but someone asked, what did Karul offer for the body farm deals? And that deal was part of a smaller contract with Alan, so that's knowledge between Karul and Alan, I guess. I think. The next question I wrote is just said destroyed contract. I think it was when Bluey asked, like, what happens when you destroy the contract, like, and then so it's like no proof of agreement. But the bodies being around is still like a threat. Like, as in, is it enough to just destroy the contract to stop Karul's soul from like going back in? And it might be, but we wouldn't want to maybe leave it to chance. Yes. And the bodies aren't conscious, they can only be kind of sustained. Anyway, how do we bind Alan? And if he is bound, does it affect the link between Karul and his bodies? So we'd want to get some painite, and we'd want to get to an arcanist on the material plane who's an authority on painite. I wonder who it is. And there is Oh yes, and that Arcanist may also know. May also have like details on the opening of doorways and sealing and unsealing of planes, being studied, and it's just probably like a reverse process of the Dragon Plague 500 years ago, plane wise. So we could go to that to like get some information, trying to be like, Alon, stay there, like a cat, but like in a cat cage. Um, um, okay, when will we get the requested contracts? So the original answer was going to be longer, but okay, all the contracts required can be acquired. Caravine is being unbound right now. He'll give.
Okay, let me.
some-
I can explain about the
Sorry.
contract thing because I did retcon this because I thought it was too much to ask of you.
Oh yes.
The contract between the sort of subcontract which keeps Charavine producing bodies for Karul, essentially giving him eternal chances to keep going and going and going. He can give that to you, and he's also going to wait. There were 2 coming to you today. Yeah.
Cass's.
Right.
Was
Oh
it
yeah. So no,
Cass's?
he's giving you the contract that he made with Karul, and then he is giving you access to Cass and Karul's contracts with Alan. So that means that you'll be able to get them and have them. And that's that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Charavine and Karul, and then access.
Yeah.
To Cass's.
The one with Karul
And
and Taravine you should expect within the day. The other ones might take
okay.
a little longer.
Then Cass very bluntly asks, "Name of a devil, please." And Cerulus. Oh yeah, they give the name Vivian.
Right.
Very evil. Very evil fiend.
I had wanted to say Karen, but we already had a Karen.
Yeah. I mean, that would be funny.
No, it's okay.
Karen asking, and then she gets a Karen. Anyway, can't remember if much happens after this. Bluey does a detect good and evil, because thinking that like, oh, maybe there's some good in them, and then it's like there is good and divine, good stuff, and then like a curdling off meat kind of detecting thing happening at the center. They're leaning a bit too neutral. Bluey still has hope. It's weird to have like off meat, but as like a detecting alignment sort of thing. Like, I wonder what. Anyway, that was very cool. Yes. So yes, Slya was told that Cassiel followed the same 3 deities that they do, and she's also thinking that she's destined to take Cassiel's place. Wait, obsidian to night sky. What was that in reference of? What was
Cassiel's appearance. She went through a transformation, like a physical type transformation.
Oh, yes. Like in the process of keeping the peace?
Yeah.
Okay, right. And Cassiel has something to tell Slya, because the deities have said so, I think. The traveling Wilburys, I don't remember. What anyway, the 3.
Yeah.
Pick number 3, my lord. Sorry. Okay, I'm taking way too long on it. Cerulus offers to take Slya to her. Slya was about to ask if he wanted to come and see Cassiel once their affairs are settled, and Cerulus is like, I've lived long enough. I think like yes. Anyway, we jump. But wait, hang on. Has Slya seen the dragon form?
No, that's
No, not yet.
later when he's doing the casting.
Yes. Okay. We jump back to Loran and Brian. Loran is terrified and he copes by laughing. And Brian is unfortunately dwelling on each of us dying.
Brian is
and-
unfortunate.
Yes. Oh. And even if it's not like the next thing, then it's like, oh, but eventually it'll happen, right? Like it's got to happen. We face so many weird things, and like, he suspects that like in comparison to so much stuff, we're just weak and we're just very easy to take down. And so it's like, oh, not a good time amongst the mansion upstairs. I didn't write too much down there. Mostly because it was a very broad performance. Hold on. Back to the living room, or whatever you call it. We're deciding to send Ruby back to Discord. Bluey discusses Karl Popper with
Oh my
with
god.
Ruby, whose whole thing was like falsification, the difference between stop looking at me. Science, non-science, and pseudoscience. Anyway, Cass strikes the fear of God into Ruby, and the fear of death.
He
Also,
awakens the sense
not
of
related.
mortality.
Sarazar is told by Loran that he is loved,
Wow.
which is good. Well done, Loran. Back in the lab, Sorelleras is in the lab. It's a large room, and they do a little ritual, and they release the dragon. They become a dragon. And then I wrote deities choice, and then I did like a sad face. And he's like death to all because we jump back to Ruby, who's just the blue one is no more, and that may have took some convincing. Anyway, that's all I wrote here. It was very good though. Except for the fact that like Bluey's like, no, I didn't want you to like kill all your kobold friends. I want you to like, maybe like be able to move safely, and maybe like, if the monarchy is like an oppressive regime, then like band together and like, but Ruby's going the route of like, yes, death to all, and it's like, oh, anyway, we cut back. We cut to Neff in the Ice Palace. Neff wants to grow alcohol trees. Kev is upset at her horticultural knowledge. And when it's Rolmy's pacing time, Neff needs to use the back entrance for her own sake. Yes, Rolmy's maybe not holding anything back, and Neff's like, yes, that sarcastic wit that I've learned to love over the last few days. It's so good. So yes, dragon. Being worried about our futures for a lot of us. And Neff is maybe getting on Rolby's nerves. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. No, she. But we're all excited to see that she's alive.
They're definitely BFFs.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the next thing was, which is maybe the point of a recap. That was a very long recap. When should I start?
You know what? I think that's good. I think that's a really good performance, and I enjoyed every moment of it. Always enjoy Blue recaps. Let's all give a round of applause. Wow.
Yay.
Okay, so everyone,
The great blue cap.
we start off session 100. Not in hell, no, but in the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace. not too much time has passed since you spoke with Rolmy, Neff, and it was decided that you would rejoin your friends in the City of Brass. After about an hour or so, shockingly fast considering how you've seen the usual kind of bureaucracy go around in this palace, you are presented with all of the supplies necessary to leave right that moment. It's a wonder how this was managed in but hours, truly, until you see, watching carefully from the throne room door as you're presented with a stack of papers which should get you entrance into the City of Brass, cooler clothing and a ration pack and a brand new backpack, what you might call starting equipment for a cleric.
Okay, cool, because I lost all of mine.
Starting equipment, clothing, everything you would need.
Cool. Let's just,
you do see from the throne room door, just sort of like peeking out every now and again, a familiar, stony, pale face, an ice king, you might say, who just keeps looking at it. Every time you catch Rolmy's eye, he just ducks back inside, like as if he was never there.
Rolmy.
He looks out again.
How are you?
Kev is like holding onto the wall for strength. Let it. No. Kev approaches and puts two hands on you and says, Neff!
Oh, it's just you.
What was that little performance for?
I got scared. I was just so busy. My little halfling heart can't take it as much as my tiefling heart could, but I was just in the middle of packing everything. You just caught me off guard. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, no. Neff, I just wanted to make sure you knew what you were getting yourself back into. I am, of course, going to make you leave because the king has ordered me to. But
of course,
I want to make sure you are okay.
In what sense?
Mentally.
Mentally?
Yes.
I think so. It's been a real nice time here at the palace. Given all that's happened, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for taking care of me. Both you and everybody else here. Give my best regards to Mr. Rolmy.
Okay. Well, just so I can help with this, your papers do not have your real name on them. They
What kind of name should I put? I think last time I had a different disguise name, but I think since I've died, that disguise, I mean, I didn't really disguise myself that well. I think I just changed my eyes, but if I just do that now, I probably won't look as convincing.
We have provided you with everything you would need to espionage your way into the city.
Is that what the fake beard is for? Look, Kev,
the fake beard. Oh, the fun thing about the fake beard is when you put it on, you can actually turn into any disguise you like. It'll be I was going to give you a cloak of disguise, but if you want a fake beard of disguise instead.
Can I have a fake beard of disguise? Effectively,
sure, you were going to have a cloak of disguise in the kit, but yeah, okay, fake beard of disguise. Well, funnily enough, this fake beard will turn into any.
It's really long. It's almost like a cloak of beard.
It will have facial hair.
I can handle that.
Making this up as we go. Neat.
Look, it's Neff. I gotta add at least 2 whole servings of chaos per scene, minimum. Do I attach it with glue, or is it like magical? Do the follicles just like...
It'll be magical. There's magic glue on the back.
Oh, okay. That sounds quite wonderful, actually.
Yes, it's called PVA.
What does that stand for?
Personal, very adhesive glue.
Oh, wow. This is going to be really adhesive then. And it's for me, too. Okay. This is my own personal, very adhesive. Thank you.
I love this.
Can I personally very adhere the beard to my face now?
Very much so, yes.
I shall do so.
Give me a moment. What the fuck is going on?
Is Neff gonna make herself look like Rolmy?
Oh, Rolmy, what? With facial hair?
Can I look like a
What do
mini
you
roll me? You know how there's like, you know how in like Austin Powers, like mini me? Can I look like
Yes.
a mini roll me?
Yes, you can.
In his
You become
honor.
Brian.
You become Brian, but with a little bit of facial hair as the disguise beard demands. Just a little peach fuzz, because that's the best they can do.
Oh, Kev, look at me. I'm rolled me in 1,000 years. Don't tell him I said
Get
that.
out! Rollby just says from this throne room.
Okay,
He
bye.
just throws a shoe at you. Out!
I do like the
The other
George W.
shoe
Bush
following.
like dodge with the shoe.
Guards, escort her away!
I love you too,
Like,
Rolby.
pause and
Thank you
interrupt
for
me.
everything. Good luck.
No!
Goodbye!
Can I catch one? Can I catch one of the shoes?
Dexterity's check.
Yeah. I bet Kev, I bet this is one of the fancy snowy ones. Okay.
Kev is just like picking up the shoes, like,
Oh, it's really bad. I forgot I'm Neff. But that's a +2, so it's an 11.
hits you right in the face.
Go!
That's catching it in its own way.
I consider that
Lands
at least
and
half a
takes
win. Okay. I'll
At
make
that
haste.
moment, a couple of guards come over and kind of just like gently force you towards the
Firmly
the
grasp her.
teleportation
Okay, I make my way, partially due to my own will and partially due to the force provided, the gravitational assistance provided to me by the guards, and make my way to the exit.
And you see Slyan'ssun, the sort of elderly Messian woman.
Hi.
Who you...
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Time to go, I think.
Okay. I think so. I'm already unpacked. Do I have everything?
Do you have everything?
Feels like I'm back at level 7.
You are...
I don't know where that came from. Sorry, I just passing.
You
thought.
are...
Metaphorical life level 7.
Indeed. Slyan'ssun nods. Okay. And you are escorted on to the teleportation circle.
Also, Emma,
And
very ultra quickly, could I have retroactively said that I had sent a letter to my wife?
Oh,
to tell
sure.
her what was going
Yes. You would have been able to do this. You have time.
Cool.
I think while you were here. Just send me what you wanted to have said to her.
It would have just been. I can just tell you now. This will be quick. Just a recap of. Hi, I fell in lava. I didn't survive it, but I survived it, and well, I'm a halfling now. I miss you. I hope you're doing well. I will explain in more detail, but I have singed most of myself off, but I'm feeling okay.
Okay. You send that in written form?
Yes.
Okay. And you are giving it to who to send? Just you're going to give it to...
Oh, Kev, wait a minute, hold on. I almost forgot something.
Okay.
Could you please send this letter?
Okay. If it'll make you leave faster
It
in
will.
the kindest possible way.
I
yes,
will dash
then
during
yes.
my actions to leave if you send this letter.
I don't know what that means, but okay, and takes your letter. Well, Nefel, Karadama, Princess. Mhm.
Oh no, the title's not necessary. I've been a guest here.
Okay, so thank you for all of your assistance in the garden.
Thanks for
It's
helping bring me back to life.
happened. I did very little.
Thanks for bearing with me as well. I know I can be a bit of a handful, maybe even 2 hands full, sometimes even 3. I think Romy had a hand in that too, and that's why maybe it's a lot of work. Sorry. I thank you for your hospitality, Kev. I appreciate it.
Yes. You're welcome. Pleasure to be at service.
It's a pleasure to be serviced.
No.
And this is goodbye.
Bye. Bye, Kev.
Goodbye.
Hopefully I'll see you soon. Stay safe. Take care of
Not
Romy
too
for me.
soon. And you feel yourself being lifted from the ground. And
Oh, it feels
all of
tingly.
a sudden, cold switches to burning heat as you find yourself in a queue, appearing in a queue to get into the city of Brass.
Oh.
I'll get back to you in a moment
Okay.
as we return to the marvelous mansion.
Is it fair to say that Kev was shaving like days and weeks off of Kev's life. Like,
Oh, years easily.
Yes. Maybe.
oh, sorry, Kev.
Could I
Kev
like?
will get his own back eventually.
I have like headcanon that like you know how like cats like purr around you and that like the frequency at which they vibrate like repairs your bones and stuff. I've heard stuff about that. I want to say that like Neff being a cleric, it just exudes like healing energy. And that probably cancels out the chaotic energy that traumatizes those around her and takes years off their lives. You know, evens out.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Neff would 100% be one of those little white yappy dogs with crusty stuff around their eyes. Not a cat.
Oh.
Just saying.
You have the right. Okay.
She'd be a
To
lizard,
a degree.
I think.
That's completely out of left field. I get that.
Do you know what? Have you
A
ever
gecko.
seen an iguana
Yes.
when it stands on the sand and it's too hot for it to stand on the
Yeah.
sand? So it has to lift up one of its legs and then it has to swap. And then it has
Oh
to swap.
yeah,
I don't know why. Maybe that's Neff.
I think that sounds about right.
I love that.
Get
Or an
chased by
axolotl.
snakes. An axolotl! Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, are they known for being in heat?
Is that how you pronounce that? I thought it was like I had no idea how to say that.
Axolotl.
I always say
Axolotl.
Awizoto, and I didn't know if that was right or not.
Alizona. Risotto.
A risotto.
Alexander. Don't you think it's fun the way they do this?
Mhm.
Anyway, so. Oh my god. Look how fun it is! Imagine being an iguana.
This is great.
Right, so.
Aren't you glad you started off with the Nev Chaos scene? I am glad.
Yes, set the tone, truly. Right, everybody inside the marvelous mansion. Where are you? / what are you trying? Is there anything you're trying to achieve before you continue on? And yes, Slya.
I'd say Slya has been, where we left off. I think was Slya coming down the stairs to tell the group that the contract should be here soon.
Loran looks up at you and says, "Okay, that's good. Right, continuing my kind of vibe as like taking charge of this group. I say we just hunker down here and wait it out until we get the contracts, and then we get Cerelaras to try breathing on them. And if that doesn't work, I'll put them in a little dimension so that everyone can get to them. How's that sound?"
Is it safe in here?
I can check that. I have the powers to do so. But from my knowledge as a trained wizard, it should be safe.
Also, has like attached himself to Loran's back. He's like holding, like here, peering out at Slya.
Well, so yes, I think it should be safe. I was actually going to inquire about the logistics of this fortress with Cerelaras themselves. Also, would you like to come with me?
Oh, they're resting right now, but they're also going to be doing some more communing with Terravine to get us more answers about the additional contracts, Cass's contract and Carol's contract, how to access those.
Interesting. Okay. How long ago did they say they were resting?
I just left them, so...
In which case, they haven't had the full 7 minutes to fall asleep yet. You're right, Lauren, we can go. Also straightens up. And let's go.
Just... so that you're not caught off guard, they are currently in...
Big lizard?
Well... to put it mildly, yes.
Understood. Let's go. He drags Zara behind him.
Loran is already like jogging up the stairs. I think we'll go for that one. So Loran and Allstair, you guys make your way upstairs. Loran is moving surprisingly chipper. Like his heels are clacking on the ground extremely quickly. his stride just a little longer than yours, all stare. Oh wait, roll your how high did you roll today?
Aye!
How tall is he?
Wait, I'll just double check. He's 6 foot tall.
Oh my god! Loran is jogging ever so slightly to keep up with you also, but like he's still like managing to pull ahead, just like, let's go. This is very normal. I'm very normally excited about the questions going to ask Sorelaras here.
Also, has like gone into full bodyguard mode, and every corner they go around, he like checks it, and then he's like, "Yes, you can go."
Brian at 6 foot, like, hi guys, hello, Loran.
Loran, when he was 5'4", just like, hey guys, how's it going? Hello, my name is Loran Dane. How may I help you today?
Hi there, Loran. I'm up here now because I'm very tall.
Wow,
the weather
also,
up here
you
is
are
very
making
cold.
my heart do backflips, truly.
My heart can do twice the amount of backflips in my elongated rib cage.
What is that, Neph science? More Neph science?
That's this scientific
I
fact
think
brought to you
you'll
by
find you're
Neph
fundamentally
MD.
wrong. You're not my old dad. You're not that dumb.
Rips off the beard. I've been caught.
Exposed.
I must duel you. You will not survive this. Right.
Oh.
So,
Oh my god.
with Loran basically sprinting to the door, he's like, knock, knock, and throws it open just seconds later. Ahead of you, Slayer, you would be absolutely aghast if you saw this, but you're not there, sadly. You can
Yes,
imagine
Leo's
that.
just going to sit by Sarah, sir.
Of course. So, when you throw open the door, you see this huge room, but most of it is taken up by the unleashed form of Sorelaras as the dragon. And they kind of like roll their head and then lift up their long neck and turn around to face you. They're kind of like bronze colored. I am, yes.
Brian reaches out. He's like, "Could I?
You may.
He boops the snoot.
Sorelaras sneezes. A little bit of just like steam comes out the edge of his nose. May I assist the two of you in some way? And Loran very quickly says, yes. Hi. I would like to know everything you can tell me about the defenses of this marvelous mansion. Does it work the regular way or anything at all like that? And Sorelaras says, yes, it's a fairly standard spell, one that I crafted when I was on the material plane in the time I've spent living amongst you all, so perhaps maybe you would be able to learn it if you wished. Is that what you're asking me? And Loran says, I mean, interesting. That is interesting. And it works by, and Solara says, I just cast it, and any door that I open will become the entrance to this space.
Brian's trying to look at the dragon tooth the entire time, like, wow.
Like your head fully inside his
Yeah,
mouth.
he's like, you know, like soccer when he climbs in Oppa's mouth. He's like,
So that's just like, and it hurts exactly the same. Trying not to close his teeth around Ulster. Sorelaras says, I can assure you, you will be safe in here. I believe it lasts, the entrance at least, lasts 8 hours at a time. The space is always here, so you just need to be able to get in and out of it.
so it doesn't like disappear when you get rid of the spell.
Not in the same way, no. The extra dimensional space is always here, but if you spend more than 8 hours inside, you'll need to use a little more energy to open the door. Basically, that means if it's over 8 hours, but you're still inside, you won't get forced out. The door will just not open.
Oh. Sealed inside.
Yeah, don't die in here. Sorelaras, is what you're thinking. Lauren is just like, interesting then. Okay, cool. So, intense to all that seems remarkably safe to me.
I am quite content with this.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had these. He kind of swings off one of Sorelaras' big teeth.
Sorelaras says, I mean,
Mine are
maybe
very small.
maybe one day you could become something like this.
I will add it to my aspirations list.
A vision board.
Mm.
There's some craft supplies in the basement. When I'm not being a dragon or brokering contracts, sometimes I do collages.
I like collages.
Makes
I like
stained
basements too. Dark and dank and away from everyone.
I like to make stained glass windows. Fire breath is usually quite good with that.
You see, if we had a bit more time together, Sorelaras, I think we could be great friends, but I will respect your disinclined.
No, that's not. I already said that I struggle. You know, the nature of what I am, it makes it hard to forge connections.
No, I think it makes you much more likable. Brian pats his snoot again.
Kind of like a horse, rears back a bit, shaking his face.
Can people ride you? Do you you go? How high can you go? Is there like an altitude problem, or
Is there a ceiling? Is there
a ceiling?
limit to the skies?
That's really philosophical. I like.
So long as there is an open space, so long as there is open air, I can fly through it.
Duran, if I can ever become a dragon, let's go very, very high and see how high it can go.
That sounds wonderful. Yes, indeed. Sorelaras, could you teach me this spell? And Sorelaras kind of frowns and says, I certainly could. It would take some time. I'd need you to stay here, commune with me. And the man says, neat. I'd like to learn it, if you don't mind. We travel a lot, you know, us two and the rest of them. And we don't have anywhere of our own really that we can just constantly come back to and, you know, collapse in safety. So I don't know, this could be something. So Ash just says, well, if you're willing to put in the time. Loran looks to you all there. Right. Would you let me I'm just going to stay here. I'm just going to sit, do a little communing. You can sit with me. I will just be probably sitting in a magic circle and going Om the whole time.
I can craft on the side.
Okay.
I'll make a collage of you.
Make me a wonderful collage. By the time you're done, I'll probably be finished as well. How's that sound?
Great.
Okay. I like this very much. All right then. Goodbye, my husband, my love. And he slowly starts pushing me out the door.
Also, it's like, wait, I thought you said I could stay with you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you
have
said
to go
outside.
to the basement.
And I thought you said outside. But you do have to go to the basement to get the craft. So, sorry. I thought you said you would do this outside. But Duran says, okay, perfect. Go get your supplies. I will circle up here. And he starts.
Sorelaras, please don't leave Loran. Then he leaves.
I will certainly try.
I know he looks very tasty and he's gone.
It's that those two eyes in the mouth. Radio. Also, you make your way downstairs. Slya, Neff. No, not yet. Bluey.
No, not yet.
Anything you would like to do in the meantime? Saraza is there with you. Ruby has fled the room. Cass is there, looking very sad.
I think Slya just kind of sat down next to Sarazer and just kind of like leaning on him. That's it.
Saraza just kind of adjusts his armor so that you're not leaning on the sharper parts of him. Is also comfortable for you.
Yeah.
What's wrong, Slya? Other than the usual, you know?
Just thinking back to the conversation we had.
Any part of it particularly jumping out at you?
I know that whatever happens has to be my choice. Just you've never shied away from those hard decisions, have you?
I've made very hard decisions. I can't always tell you they were the right ones. I've gotten it wrong more than a few times. Once it was quite bad. And then another time it almost broke Luran and I. You saw how hard that was to put back together.
Yes.
But I often find that the hard decisions are the only ones really worth making. If the decision is easy, and I think part of you already knew what you were going to do, what you were going to plan. If it's hard, I think it means you're learning about yourself.
You'd do anything for Neff, right?
Yes.
For giving her a chance at the future.
Yes. But that's because I've lived a very good life so far. A long life. I've seen people I love grow. And I know that if anything were to happen to me, the people I'm leaving behind, they saw me for who I was. And I gave them the chance to know me. But I suppose that doesn't change the answer, does it? My reasoning for it. Yes, I would do anything for Neff.
I may have to ask you to be there for them.
Oh. Saraza looks like he's looking at you, but he's not looking at you. So he's sort of like looking through you almost for a moment.
Kind of just piecing together that's...
I always get asked this question. always do.
You're wise, Sarah, sir. I trust you. And we've seen so much. And we've learned so much from you.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do it again. Well, I'll try. Of course I will. I'll try. I'd never say no to you. Give me a moment, though. And Saraza stands up. Then he turns around. And I might kind of just turn off the camera real quick, because that was... Why did that get me so much?
I mean, I didn't intend for the little voice break, but I couldn't stop it once I started crying.
Saraza... Oh no, it's really bad.
You have the benefit of glasses just shielding it just a little bit.
Saraza stands up, and I think as he does, you remember everything you knew about his past, and you kind of, even though you've never met them, you've never seen them before, you envision those people who asked him this same question. And for a moment, I think you understand why Saraza's having this reaction. But he looks at you, and when he looks at you, he's smiling. And his eyes might be glassy, but you can tell his conscience is pretty clear. And his decision's made. And he just gives you a nod and says, I will never let anything happen to your family.
Thank you.
I don't know what's going to happen to you.
Neither do I, but I might have a choice to make. And if it means that there's just a little bit more time for our kids to grow up in, I think I have to make it. And Saraza would probably get that she might be talking about Valis as well.
Alice!
He just nods. I understand.
And I have a very gripey baby outside.
It's okay. Saraza just turns and he steps away from the main room for a moment.
Come crafting, Saraza.
Don't cry, craft! Does anyone get that reference?
If
Yes.
you don't get that reference, I'm sad.
Knew you would. Right. Slayer, as you're left alone, well, no, not alone, as you're left behind by Saraza as he goes to take his moment, as he told you he would need to. You see Cass is just staring at you from the edge of the room. And she looks at you and she says, Look, I don't know about deities. I've never really trusted one. Of course, I made my deal, but look how that got me. But would your deity really ask you to sacrifice yourself? And you really expect me to just let that happen?
And the alternative is letting that stuff back into the world. You think I wouldn't make that choice?
What if that's not the alternative? Surely there's something else.
Let's find it.
That's more the Slayer I know. Let's find it. If there's an alternative. I'm not letting you make that choice until you've looked every corner of the material plane for something else.
I love you guys.
I love you too. And Cass just comes and sits by you and flops against you. It's not easy, is it? Do you even call it quite difficult? And on that note, you hear footsteps coming down the stairs as all stare just sort of like rushes down, taller than you remember him being. Just being like, craft. Also, you see Saraza has left the room. Slya and Cass are just looking quite downtrodden as they sit on the sofa by the fireplace.
I think he'll go over to Slya and Cass. He will make them a little handful of flowers and say, "I'm sorry," put them on their laps, and then walk out to see if he can see Saraza anywhere.
I think when she sees Brian, she's just gonna... Can I have a hug?
Brian leans in and gives her a hug.
Yeah. So
In his massive arms, no.
Yeah. I think Slya just holds him just a little bit tighter than he might expect.
I think Brian just says, "I'm sorry," again, and tucks the flower behind Slya's ear. And then he lets go. He's gonna leave the room.
Alright, so you got...
Well.
Oh no.
Too much emotion. Emma has had to check out.
The computer could not handle it.
No.
So how you guys?
Right. Spectacular.
Daily dose of feels.
E.
So Bluey
It's
totally...
me.
Oh,
Welcome back.
Hi.
Hello.
hello.
My computer's just restarting. Nice
This is a
hood.
good angle.
Dex, this robe has a hood for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh my god. Pretty neat. It's switched. Alright. It's safe to say Bluey feels the same way Cass does, but I'm having a hard time like figuring out how she'd express it. So,
I understand. I know what George has told me. Well, we've spoken about Cass's state of mind outside of the game, so I felt like I had a good grasp on how she would react to that. Do you like my nose?
Beautiful.
It's a good nose.
Yes.
Very good nose.
I bet it's good at smelling all those flowers you got today.
They smell flowers.
Be weird if they didn't.
It's me, and I'm back again. Except not on the camera.
Welcome back.
Right. So, Ulster,
This computer.
you make your way through to that same kind of small, not small, the same kind of corridor system you were walking through earlier.
Sarah's a prowling.
And prowling for Sarah's he hasn't gotten too far. You see a door sort of closing as you turn one corner, and you think that's pretty much where they have.
He's like, aha! Goes after Sarah's.
Discovered. Okay. You open the door, and you just see Sarah's wiping his eyes back to you. And the moment he hears the door, he just kind of jolts around. He's like,
Hello, Sarah's.
hello.
You do not look
Also.
happy.
Observant as always. You look a little out of sorts.
I am looking for craft supplies.
Of course you are. I'll help you find them. Let's where do you think they are?
The basement. But 1 second, he goes in. He like stands up next to her. He's like, so close, yet so
Almost.
far.
And yet so far. There you are.
One day.
One day, I'm sure. Hey, all stand. I'm not going to let anything happen to anyone here.
That's, well, that's noble. I believe you will do your best. So will I.
Always happens. The same thing always happens. I don't know if I'm as reliable as people think.
The way I see it,
Every time.
you're correct. Every time. It goes wrong. But in this present moment, nothing can touch us. And I'll take every moment from here on out and just get what I can get.
I was going to say, every time people ask things of me, and I can't say no. They ask me to make sure loved ones are alive and well, and I can't say no, but I can't do that forever. But it's become my life's work.
Has your life's work ever been about you? What do you want?
I think I want to be alone, away from everyone. No one has any expectations. I can't let anyone down. And I have my thoughts. And I'll know myself, hopefully. But how could I tell anyone but you that? And then a part of me doesn't want that at all. The part of me, a strong part of me, never leave any of you. I'd quite like a quiet life. I'd quite like to see my friends again.
Emma, you're really laggy for me, so you have to tell me when you're done speaking. Yeah. Sorry.
He's done.
Okay. I think Wolster's going to process for a little bit. I understand. I think I know how you feel. And I know that none of us can run away from any of this, really. I mean, I know that there's so much, even after we've got the contracts, that is coming for us. People we have to protect. I have a whole country I have to protect. But I understand the part of you that just wants that time for yourself. To make yourself happy, the people you love happy. You deserve that. And I can't promise that we're going to get it, all of us. I can't promise tomorrow. But we can do what we can today. And then the next day that we're alive. Even if it's just small things. Small things that make you smile.
Yeah. You're correct. Let's go get some art supplies.
I was going to do a collage of Loran.
Oh my god.
I think it would be quite wonderful. Come, I will tell you about it on as we go get the craft supplies from the basement.
Okay. And Sarza follows you out. Right, Neff. Hey. You finally get to the front of the queue. It takes you forever to get through it. You see,
Hi, finally
once again,
here.
a well-known sight. Are you still in your mini roll-me form?
No.
Great. What do you look like?
I'm disguising myself.
Okay.
If I'm a halfling currently, I have a fun idea.
Mm-hmm.
Fun idea. If I'm going to meet the group for the first time, since my untimely demise as a halfling, could I disguise myself as a tiefling and then reveal what I look like?
You could. Are you just doing the exact same disguise as before? As in, like, exact same purple skin, horns, and whatnot?
If I can.
Okay.
But with a beard, I guess.
Will the height be significantly shorter? Because you can't get much higher
how
than
tall were you
yourself.
as a tiefling?
I think I was 5'5".
5'5". Sweet. Okay, so as a halfling, probably going to be a little bit shorter.
Okay. Small F.
Cool. Do you have plague mask?
That got destroyed, but I think Kaz bought one. Say
do you want to use that as like a part of your disguise, or because that's?
Can I add clothing items like that significant as part of my disguise?
They'll be invisible. They won't be able to be tangible, but essentially, yes.
Oh, that's so cool! Can I give it a mustache? Just like at the end, like a little twirly one. Like a plague mask.
Right.
That's what I want to do. That's what Neff would want to do.
That's what Neff would want.
What
Wonderful. Okay, so you suit up as Neff, feet plague mask. Plague mask probably just like on top of your head so that they can see your face. You approach the Ifrit, and they look at you, and then they say, "Papers."
I rummage through my starting equipment and pull out my papers. Here you go.
They look at your papers. You look down at the papers, look up at you, look down at the papers, look up at you. Pull from inside their sleeves a small scroll of paper and start unrolling it. Look over at you, look back at the paper. Look over at you, look back at the paper. Name.
Susan.
Surname.
Wojcinski.
Susan Wojcinski. As fantasy as they come.
Yeah. What's your name? If you don't mind my asking.
Spearbon von Hiddlesmith.
And surname?
The third.
Okay, Spearbon von Hiddlesmith III. Thank you for your time.
The fuck is this? Oh, God. Right. They turn in the paper that they were looking at around and they show it to you, and you see a familiar drawing, a sketch of Ballista, plague mask donned and play.
It doesn't say that.
You better not, or I'll come through the screen and kick you.
That's it's Christmas. Soon-ish. I have 2 nails done.
That's cute. Okay, right. So they look at you. Do you know this person?
No. I do a pleading face. The pleading emoji.
Mm-hmm.
No.
How did you arrive here?
I went that way.
Where do you point?
Behind me. Like, from over there.
Ship or teleport?
Only friendship, and yes.
Yes to which, though?
Both.
So,
who could say no to
friendship was never on the cards. I have enough friends already. I have exactly 7.
One can never have... Well, okay, maybe they can't have enough friends.
I have exactly the adequate amount of friends. This is a very familiar conversation for some reason.
There's nothing wrong with having 7 friends. As long as they all love and tolerate you and respect your boundaries. And you do the same.
Yeah,
you do the same, don't you?
Hear that, Jerry? He speaks up louder, and he's free across the way. Just looks over like, he doesn't respect my boundaries.
You guys should have a talk about that. I can mediate if you'd like. I have pushed enough boundaries to know how to go about this sort of thing.
Make a persuasion check.
Where's next persuasion? Persuasion. She is a persuasive motherfucker. Let's see what's goes.
If we get dragged into e-fruiting friendship drama, I am going to leave this campaign.
Well, Lily, it might be time for me to say goodbye because that is 22 on the persuasion.
22. Jerry, get over here! Spearborn, what the fuck do you want? I'm working. It's time for an intervention! Right, okay. No.
I miss this chaos.
Very good. So, I can read the room. I understand. We will. Here's what I think's going to happen. You watch as Spearborn puts up a little chain like you would over a ride at Disneyland to stop people coming through the queue, and makes his way over to Spearborn and just says, "What, you want to talk, do you?" "Yeah, I do. Not our friendship."
Oh, this is wholesome.
"Oh, you get in it. And Neff, he grabs you on the shoulder and just throws you through the boundary line of the city gates. As you go, you get for good measure, a bracer put onto your wrist.
You might be wondering how I ended up
instead
here again.
Well, neat. But unfortunately, instead of being escorted, being allowed to sort of make your way through the gates as you were before, you're instead escorted to a small break room.
I really needed a break.
The sort of like the gates of the city, just a small room, some low sofas, a couple of board games, a coffee, tea,
What kind of board games?
biscuits, Uno.
Uno! Let's go. Can I challenge somebody in the lobby? I want to make a new friend, a new ally.
You
a contact
are
point.
Unfortunately, not given the option to do this, as you are placed down on a small rickety chair between the two large Ifrit-sized sofas, as Spearborn and Jerry face off with you in between them, and begin to unload their personal friendship drama. And we're going to fade to black there. Yes, Slya.
I have a quick question.
Uh-huh.
Did Rolmy reply back that he was sending Neff to us?
What was your sending to him?
Slya didn't do a sending. Loran did the sending to say, like, hey, we're not dead, and how's Neff? And he just screamed out loud.
Yeah, cool. That's all the information you have.
So we don't know that Neff is coming, so we don't know to let her know where we are.
I feel like Loran's sendings have give off the same energy as those spam mails that tell me I've won a new Samsung sometimes. Hello, welcome! It's me, Loran, you have won.
Best comparison I've ever heard.
I'm a prince from a Messiah country.
And I need you to send me your Neff.
But I just wanted to clarify that we don't know Neff is coming, and we don't know to tell her where we are.
No.
Oh, great. Chaos is at maximum, at full throttle.
Sweet.
Just how we like it.
Yeah. So, as you settle down to hear all the problems with Jerry and Spearborn.
Do we fade to black and then immediately come back to the same scene? I love it. With commercial break, we're back.
No, you fade to black, as I was going to say.
We fade to black again. Double commercial. Freaking
great. I'll just have everybody, seeing as we're all pretty much into downtime right now, I'm going to have you guys all do some rolls. So for Ulster and Sarrazin, as you craft your collages, I'm assuming you're going to make your way back up to the room which Loran is in with Sorelleras.
Yes.
Cool. So with all the craft supplies you could possibly want, there's just boxes and boxes of them. You kind of can take a couple of trips if you want to. Make your way into the room again, and you see that Loran has set himself up. There is a circle that he's drawn into the ground, and it's slowly lighting up in golden colors, and it's very warm, like it's radiating heat, which usually is quite actually in this space is quite pleasant because you're in a fairly air-conned environment. It's cooler here than outside, just as Sorelleras likes it. Anyway, so thank you.
I let it heat up on his circle.
Neat. And don't disturb the circle. Oh, good. Okay, perfect. Exactly.
Do not wake the circle. Sorry.
Loran just sort of sitting there, kind of communing with the circle, drawing in more and more runes as they light up. It gets increasingly more complex into this strict sort of web of linear designs, geometric shapes.
How long will you be in the circle?
Well, I think it'll take me an hour or so to practice the runage, you could say, and then I want to try it once or twice before I let other people in there, just to make sure that it's all stable. I'm just gonna have a peek in the door. Make sure it's not just a broom closet, because I don't want to get back in the closet, do we? Haha, that's a joke.
That was sad.
What did you say, Lily?
That was sad.
Indeed. So I'm going to just test it a couple of times afterwards. And
so how many hours is that?
let's say a solid 2.5, 3.
Oh. Also looks at the distance between himself and Loran and the south and is just like, yes, I will sit. He sits approximately 2 meters away and is like, okay. I will craft here. Starts spreading out his crafting stuff. For 3.
3 hours.
Separation
Remember when?
anxiety.
Yeah. Remember when you put a touch ban on me? How funny.
That didn't last.
No, it really
Because
didn't.
you're very cute when you're little, you know.
I can be small on command.
I know. Sarah's in the corner, just like, bleh.
Sarah's is retching. No, Sarah's is arranging some like tiny shards into a stained glass window, with like the little star of Kalkan, blue and gold.
Oh,
like, oh.
That's very patriotic of him.
He is a patriot in many ways.
Also starts doing like a Titanic style collage of Loran.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Also, Saracen makes the mistake of once having a look and being like, no. Moves
think
further
that's great,
away.
Sarasa? I had a vision.
I think you had a seizure. That's what you had.
I said we'd be doing things to make ourselves happy in the moment, and right now, this makes me happy. He sticks another piece of collage down.
And right now, this makes me happy, and he scoots another few feet away from you. And Sir Eloras just snores out some like hot air as he continues resting. So you guys can continue your collaging. Please, if you may, make me a couple of dexterity checks.
Natural 20 for the first one.
Neat. And you're doing this for 3 hours, so I'll take 2, one
Okay.
for each.
18! I'm not even joking. Plus dex. 19.
Like the Sistine Chapel.
It's beautiful.
It's immaculate. You construct this visage, this entity that is Nude Loran. Any tasteful fabric, or are we just going for Nude Loran?
There's like some strategic pillows in place.
Okay, one singular strategic pillow. Great.
No,
Loran?
oh my god, you put a dahlia right there.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna make this super gross.
One day I'll have to draw this.
Yes, you will.
It is required of me.
We shall
Sarasa.
put it on the wall.
Oh no, it was almost a natural 20, but he rolled a 2. He makes the entirety of his beautiful stained glass window and lifts it up and looks remotely really proud of it. And then it all just falls out of the frame and he just stares at the kind of wire framing left behind.
Oh, Sarasa.
And puts it down and starts again. Okay, you're on an 18 this time. And this time he remembers to put glue in it. Because that's how you make stained glass windows, definitely.
At least you tried, Sarasa.
Okay. I think I need someone who's a bit more crafty than me to help.
Well, if you come sit right by me whilst I do my collage, I could help you on the side. I'm quite good at multitasking.
No.
Oh, also looks very upset.
Oh.
He smells himself like, oh, do I? Okay.
Sarasa, how could you do this to my husband? How could you make him ooh-woo like this? Thought you were a better brother. Sarasa's like...
Tag
You
teamed.
told me you loved me about an hour ago. And Loren says, that was then, this is now. Look at that face. What face does also make?
He's ooh-wooing real hard.
Look at that.
Like the face that my icon is. He looks very sad.
You did this to him. And Sarah's like, fuck you. He slowly shifts just 1 foot closer. This is the best I will do.
I will help you, Sarah.
I will not look in your direction.
Oh, does my visage offend you?
The
I will hide
collage
it.
offends
He
me.
shakes his hair in his face.
Your face is very not offensive,
Thank you.
but your collage is offensive to me.
It's a celebration of my husband and his beauty.
Yep, I see that. I see his beauty very clearly.
Orsted beams. He looks very happy. The crying is gone.
Uh-oh, Lorraine, your beauty is showing.
Oh no.
Ah! Ah! Okay, that's fine. I just need to do that very quickly. So, you guys.
Keep me company, Sarah, during my 3 hours semester. Please.
Yeah. Anyway, so all that happens. Slya, Slya and Bluey, are you doing anything to pass the time whilst you're downstairs? Or are you just waiting for the contract to arrive?
I think Bluey's like fidgeting real hard with maybe that dart made of the same material that like all that metal. Anyway, like just like spinning it in her hands, just like trying to like channel energy into it.
Cass says, throw it, Bluey, it might make you feel better.
Okay, where's a good...
There's a ceiling, there's walls, there's windows.
Okay,
fireplace, tables.
The furthest away from people and from valuable looking objects.
There is just a wall, like an empty space of wall, with some paintings on it. If that's what you're looking for.
All right. Well, actually, hey, the metal dart thing. I've got Tom's metal dice.
Oh, wow!
I'll do that one.
Metal dice.
All right. I'll give that a nervous chuck. That's an 18.
Okay, pretty good.
6 on the dice.
Shit, you have a plus 14?
12.
No, a plus 12? I'm stupid. I can't do maths. Great. You just... and it just embeds itself perfectly dead center in one of the walls. Pretty impressive, Cass says.
Thank you. Can you do it with the others?
Sure. How many do you have? Are you making a shape? Are you making a pattern?
How many do I have? Didn't it say? Oh, I have 6. Wait, does that include the 3? Because I lost 3, but I thought I brought back some. But
let's say you have 6.
I have 9.
Let's say you have 9.
Okay.
I'll just say that's fine.
Okay.
Darts are very cheap to acquire, so you could easily pick up some standard ones.
So we do 8 more?
Sure. Yeah. Just roll it.
Type the numbers.
Roll it as many times as you need to, and just tell me if they're... You only need to tell me if they're under 10.
Unnatural 20. Oh, that's a natural 1.
Okay, so 1 hits, embeds right next to the first dart you threw. Another bounces off that dart and comes back and just kind of like balances right above your head, like dangling on the wall above you, just like... You feel a tiny trickle of blood just down your eye where it scraped the top of your forehead. You take 1 point of damage.
Okay. I'm just adjusting to get that one. All right. Maybe I should stop like looking to Cass, especially because she was the one that prompted.
Cass is like, if it's... I mean, only do it so long as it's fun for you.
It is fun. All right. It's 23.
Perfect. Chung. If you're making a smiley face, you now have a nose.
Cool. That's 25.
You have the beginnings of a mouth.
Unnatural 20.
Beginnings of a
Three
mouth.
more. I think. Unnatural 20.
Center of the mouth.
19.
More mouth. And one more.
15.
15. Boom. You have one smiley face on the wall and one just trickle of blood down the side of your nose. Cass claps.
Thank you.
Slay also claps.
Very good. Do you feel better?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sweet.
Slay is just gonna kind of slide, or yes, just kind of slide off the couch and just kind of like scooch over close enough to just kind of like tap Bluey on the foot and cast Cure Wounds at first level.
Oh my god. I didn't
He
know
came
what
back
you
that
were
1
doing.
HP.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. And Blue's gonna give Slayer a hug if that's alright.
Yeah, Slay will just give her
Yeah.
a hug.
Careful to not have the blood trickle onto her. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. And yeah, and Blue's gonna. It's not just a hug for the heal, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I feel like Sleeve's just like cuddling with like Bluey and Cass and just starts knitting just a little bit.
Sweet. Okay.
I love that.
Fade to darkness. Neff. You are finally, after an hour and a half, released.
It's been 84 years.
Jerry and... Wait, roll me one charisma check.
I'm going to attempt to do this. I'm going to pick this dice up. I'm going to roll it like that. Ooh, not too bad. All right, Neff, you are charismatic today. That's a plus 2, making it an 18.
18. Jerry and Spearborn stand up. You look each other in the eye. Spearborn says, I've always loved you.
Yes!
And Jerry says, and I as well.
I love these.
And they start
fair.
making out.
Yes, passionately. Okay, I'm glad I could be of help.
You get the impression it's time to leave.
Okay, I'll leave it to
progress.
you guys right here. Everybody good? Yeah. Okay, I think they're ignoring me now. I think it's my time to
They do
go.
not talk to you after this point.
Okay. All right, now I'm
Slowly close
lost.
the door.
Okay.
Great. You slowly close the door.
I closed the door and I realized that I have no idea where I am. Okay, and now it's time to regain my bearings. Okay. I think I
Make your
died
way
somewhere
out.
over there in the volcano, and now I am in the city.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool. Neff,
Yes.
you begin to walk,
I start walking.
making your way through the city.
1 foot in front
You're
of the
trying to
other.
recall everything that was going on, all the plans that you had made. And as you go, I need you to make me a perception check, please.
Okay. I have to make another dice roll with drying nails. Oh, Neff, who is this? Perception. That's a 17.
Mm-hmm. Neff, walking through, you find yourself on the central street. You know you're only maybe 15 minutes or so away from the Fireforged, which is where Liari and Ballista made camp before. The thoroughfare it's fairly busy. You're coming to the sort of like end of the day. The smog is getting a little thicker. People are beginning to sort of like return home from. Oh, sorry.
You're excused. It's fine. I'll forgive you just this one time, but never
Thank
again.
you for your kindness.
Okay.
You're beginning to make your way through the city, and you roll me an intelligence check real quick.
Okay, let me roll another dice like this. Intelligence check. Okay, not my strongest point, but
Just go.
that rolled into the pile. I think you heard that from the microphone. So
Yeah, the DC is not very high at all for this. I'm just trying to see if we can get some fun out of it.
That's a 12.
12, I think. Okay.
I think my brain may have shrunk a little bit too.
You walk past what appears like one building which has like a very sort of polished metal exterior. Polished to the extent that, wow, it's actually really reflective. You can see yourself very, very clearly.
Whoa, that's just me.
Yeah, you're looking, it's like, wow, that is just me. That's me. That's not a reflection, that's me.
Oh.
As you're looking, you realize the person isn't looking back at you, and they haven't quite noticed you yet, but they seem to be heading in the very same direction. They seem to have the exact same face that you do. Don't know who this person is. It's not you. Your 17 perception also told you a few more things.
My account's been
the
hacked.
Ifrit
Somebody
population in the city has increased dramatically.
By one Neff that isn't me. Dramatic.
The Ifrit population has increased dramatically. The Neff population has also increased, sorry.
It decreased and then it increased by 2.
Sorry, increased is what I meant to say. They are far more regimented. There are many of them on the streets. And you are starting to walk sort of towards maybe a throng of them as they begin to patrol the streets in preparation for the curfew that night. And as they approach, this other Neff kind of like anxiously straightens up and looks down to sort of just like straighten her clothing, and then looks up at you.
Can I try a quick 4th level banishment?
You certainly can. Yes. What do I have to do for that?
Banishment 4th level. It is a saving throw on your part, a charisma saving throw.
Charisma saving throw. That's a 5. Not going to be enough with any additions.
Okay, that will not save.
So you hear the person wearing your visage just go, oh no, and they are just zapped into nothing before you as you banish them to another plane of existence.
Okay. Can I walk up to an Ifrit guard?
Yes, you can, but you won't have to walk very far because there's some already walking towards you.
Did I say?
What was that?
I think there was an imposter here who's trying to impersonate me, but they just disappeared.
Deception check.
Yeah, okay, alright.
You have guidance, maybe, if you could pray in this moment.
Can I pray in this moment?
You can pray in this moment. I'll allow you to pray.
What does that give me?
1d4.
24. Okay, I'll take whatever I can get. I can't pick up these dice with these nails. God damn it, why did I do this now? Neff, why did you have to paint your nails? No. Oh, it's 4! Ha! Which makes
what's your deception?
That's going to be a total of 18.
Okay.
Sweating.
Okay.
Neff is just clenching her teeth.
No, I don't know about that.
Well, as soon as they disappeared, I turned. Well, I think you might have seen me panic a little bit. I just wanted to go and inform somebody because it's an awful experience being impersonated. I've never had that happen to me before. And I think they noticed me and tried to escape.
I don't know about that. You seem to have a bracer on that would indicate you're a caster.
That's true, but I can only cast healing magic. Surely you'd be able to tell that. I even have my medicinal kit with me. Want a band-aid?
I have no ailments.
Well, just in case, it never hurts to have an extra one on hand. But look, that's besides the point.
And if you know this banishment only lasts a minute. Just so
Yeah, I know.
All right.
But there's no telling where they teleported off to.
So you're saying the person has disappeared. They're the one who's in the wrong. They're the caster here.
I have no idea why they disappeared. Or how they'd be able to disappear like that.
I suppose they were wearing a bracer. That doesn't mean you're innocent either. You've maybe got 15 seconds.
Look, please just help me in any way that you can. If you can.
I can take you somewhere safe. Grabs you by the shoulder and starts escorting you up.
That's my sensitive shoulder. Can you maybe...
Behind you, you hear a as a ballista just is released from banishment. Look, you kind of get the impression that Ifrit might be about to turn around. Ballista has stifled whatever scream it was she was about to let out. Ifrit's slowly turning. You have one chance to do anything to stop him looking back if you want to.
I want to go do this. Oh, guess where I am? Peekaboo. But cover their eyes.
Okay.
And I look at Ballista with a pleading look. Like...
Cool.
Like an I'm sorry, but please...
You watch as Ballista, who, for whatever reason, seemed to have dropped, because I accidentally muddled up and should have said the imposter. But
I assume that she dropped the
like,
disguise, but from the wet in the game.
Pops the disguise back on as a slightly different person and just gives you an okay sign. And you have your eyes over the Ifrit guard's eyes, and he's like, "Is this some kind of healing magic?"
Yes, and I'm going to cast some healing on him.
Okay.
That's going to be
very
a
lenient here.
Cure Wounds 4th level. It's going to be really powerful.
Okay.
Because I need to, you know, it's you seemed really tired. You've been like working all day, and it's just the weather's not really great for it. There's a lot of smog in the air from that volcano over there, and you know how what they say is, yeah. I mean, you're an Ifrit, so maybe you're good at handling that sort of smog, but you know, long term that does affect. Okay, that's gonna be 2 plus 4, which is 6, plus 6, which is 12, plus 4, which is 16, plus 3, which is 19. No, 12 plus 15. It's 15, right?
12 plus
12 plus 3,
okay.
So it's 15.
Sorry, it's
points.
15, yes. Okay, so he feels that healing and he's like, "Get off me!" Shakes you off and just kind of wah to the ground. But
It's
he
alright,
grabs
it's
your
just
shoulder
a
again, a little bit harder this time, and he says, "I don't care if it's sensitive. We're going. I think you should take some time to reflect. Really get your story straight. I think we have a holding cell free in the prison." Pushes you forwards.
Okay.
And Ballista just is like behind you, like,
Hold up. Can I? Let me just think for a moment here while I'm being carried away.
mm-hmm.
I'm probably not gonna do anything. Actually, just I feel like I've pushed my luck a bit far, so let's just leave it at that for now.
Cool. So you're slowly being pushed. You get pushed through the streets, the shopping street, and up a set of sort of like narrow sort of stairs that lead. You can see they lead up to a second level ish of the city, where there's a large kind of structure which you know to be the embassy, and beyond that you see the entrance to the prison district, if you would probably call it that. Back in Soreloras's mansion, Loran pats his hands on his knees. Right, I think I got it. He stands up and he's just flexing his arms. He just says, "Let's see the collage. Let's see it. Oh, yes. Okay. Perfect. Beautiful. You've captured me wonderfully. I especially like the addition of the Dahlia.
That was for Saraza.
I understand. Saraza, I am extremely sorry if we offended your sensibilities. Do remember I am your loving brother and I would never intentionally do anything to hurt you. And now it's Cyrus's turn to throw a shoe.
Can Brian go in the circle now?
You may.
Yes. Brian runs and like hugs her. He's like, I had separation. Please hold me.
I will certainly do this. I had an idea, but let's talk about that tonight. I will tell you things. I have plans. Maybe.
Brian like gets up to Loran's eyes. He'd like to roll an insight check.
Sure. Is it very
13.
good or very bad? 13? Yeah, it's very hard to read, he is. But you know him, he's your husband, so he seems like he wants to try out this magic.
Understood. I will contain my curiosity later tonight.
Wonderful. Great. And Loran steps out of the circle, you still kind of clinging to his back like a backpack. And at that point, Sorelleras kind of like rolls their head around and says, yes. They'll be here soon, I think.
Taravine?
The contract. Quarrels with Taravine. It approaches. I can feel it.
Does it smell funky? Well,
Yes, it does actually. It smells like death. As is the nature of his forge, his practice. Very
we're
sensitive.
just gonna we'll just leave then. Don't want to smell the death.
I would recommend staying here to receive the contract. We can discuss. We can discuss together.
Should I go get the others?
Oh, sorry. He meant he assumed you meant leave the sanctum, the sort of the
Oh, no,
mansion.
just this room.
Cool. He was like, yes, no, that's fine. They'll knock on the door.
Do you want me to bring you some a very large pitcher of tea? Do you need anything?
Do you have any strongly fragrant flowers?
I can certainly make some.
I'd very much appreciate that.
Just the flowers, or do you actually want the flower fragrant tea?
Whichever you prefer.
Understood. Loran, we need to find a bath. I'm going to make the tea in the bath.
Neat. Okay, so you guys go off to the top room where you can find there is a washroom with a basin and a bucket. And Sarasa says, whilst you're preparing that, I'll just go down and wait with the others and let them know the contracts are coming soon.
Okay, Sarasa, could you take my collage and just put it out to dry? It's still got glue all over it. Thank you. He gives it to him.
Somewhat. As in, like
on a table somewhere.
Okay.
So it doesn't get crinkly. You know how glue creates like bubbles and stuff? Yeah, we don't want that.
I could hang it up on the door of the mansion.
But then the glue will run down. Why don't you just go put it on the front table in that room?
Great. I'm going to just look up. Slowly starts making his way down the stairs. Everyone, you see Sarah's are approaching with a naked collage of his brother in his hands. He's just like... places it down on the front table. And he says, the contracts should be arriving very... There is a knock on the door.
A large
That's
pepperoni.
definitely not the contract, right?
Sarasa says, it sounds like they're here already then. Shall I? And he kind of just motions to the door handle.
Oh,
So
yes,
just
Loran.
nods.
Go for it.
You're not there.
You're not in.
Loran, what's
Oh,
wrong?
this is you,
Do I
I'm
seem
sorry.
different? I'm Brian. Here is a flower.
Who are you trying to be?
Yeah.
I am Brian Olstair,
I am Brian.
magician
Olstair.
of the Kingdom of Ice.
No, you're not.
Also, shout outs
Amazing.
to Lily's favorite color. Check it out. It's
Imposter.
silver. Except it doesn't come across as
Ooh.
silver.
Very pretty.
It's very nice. Okay. So.
Luan, take my
Never
flower,
give
which
up,
I have
never
crafted
give
for
up.
you. I am your dear husband
What is
after
this
all.
impression?
I am Brian, of the Kingdom of Ice, I make...
I think the Ryan would stab Brian if he started talking like that. He's obviously an imposter.
Yep.
I have made you a tea in your bath. I have filled it with the blood of your enemies. Just how you like it.
That's more Brian. I'm joking.
You went for the right thing in the wrong direction.
The
Exactly.
right thing in the wrong direction. Sounds about right.
Right. Sarza says, just in case, will you stand behind me?
Yes.
Louis.
Yes.
Louis, Cass, Slia kind of stand just in anticipation behind Sarza as he slowly clicks open the door, pulls it open. And you see there is what appears to be a fire genasi there. You see that their hands have that same burnt scarring as many of the fire genasi in the forge once had. It seems that this one was lucky and not killed in your explosion, but has been tasked with bringing you the contract. They hold in their hands a mahogany box. It's sleek, almost black in its finish. And you can see that there is just a single metal latch, which doesn't look like it's locked at all, that you could flip open. And they say, the contents of what you're looking for in here.
Thank you. Can Slia do a very subtle... Since she's standing behind, can she do a very subtle heal?
Sure, you can certainly try. As you do so, you see their hands just kind of the burn marks heal over, and they just kind of slowly unfurl.
The pizza was really hot.
Krusty Krab
One
pizza.
spicy meatball.
I wish my pizza came in a
Passes the
mahogany
box
wooden
to you.
box.
Passes the box to Sarza. And Sarza goes, it's hot.
Oh, dude.
Moves away from the door to kind of put it down and gives it to you to hold open, Bluey. And the person says, if that'll be all, everything you need is in there.
Thank you.
Thank you for this. And they nod and they turn away, leaving the doorway completely open. You can feel the heat waving, just radiating in from the outside. And as you go to close the door, you see an Ifrit guard
No, wait, don't tell me. I see.
leading what appears to be Ballista, still disguised as Neff, towards the prison. And you see
Wait.
a moment later someone you do not know very clearly following them.
Okay, I
Neff.
definitely know that Ballista was meant to be disguised as Neff,
Yep, that was the last person.
but it's a
you saw
short
being
Neff.
disguised.
It's a short
Make
Neff?
quick. What's your passive perception?
I think it's a 16.
And now it's time for a short
I
nap.
think it's 16.
16. I'll allow you to make a perception check.
Does Slia see this with a 14 passive perception?
Oh.
Yeah, I
Probably
didn't
gets
think so.
Louis gets a
23.
chance. 23. She does look a little short. Maybe a little shorter than she was before. Just with the but it could be the Ifrit distorting the height. But there's something there.
The Ifrit just
So
relatively
who's that
tall.
person who's following the two of them?
Um,
Neff,
Yeah.
from where you are being escorted
Oh.
up
Oh.
by the Ifrit. What's your passive perception?
Very bad. It
Very
is
bad?
per 13.
Oh God,
Blue would be
you see
Blue
nothing.
would be looking right at you. Oh, god damn it.
I do not see it.
Nope. Louis.
Bluey will not close the door. She will look at Sarza and then also everybody else, but be like,
Sarza is by the table putting down the box.
Well, I thought I saw Neff, who might be Ballista, but it's
Sarza
being carried
flips
off
around
by
like,
a
"What?"
guard, but she's short, so I'm confused. And then there's someone else looking a bit nervous and following after them, trying to look like they're not doing that. But we can't
Right,
just leave
I'm
this here,
going
can
to
we?
go and investigate.
Mm.
This can only go well.
Sarza makes his way towards the door. Does anyone stop him?
How far away is everything? Since
You're all
Louis
very
has-
close together. It's a very small place.
Okay.
Lou's gonna like point very subtly, like over there.
They're just a little ways ahead of you now. Sarah's
Okay. Slea's gonna do ascending to who she thinks is Ballista.
Okay. Sweet.
Oh wait, actually no, because it would go straight to Ballista, not
Yeah,
not
we're good
Neff.
at least.
You think it's Ballista?
Mm.
But
Because the target is Ballista, not
Yep.
the person she would perceive as
looking at.
Ballista. Yeah.
It would
So
be
what
way
do
too
you
easy to
wanna send
spam mail
Lisa?
people that way otherwise.
Ballista, she does, as that sort of sketchier character does look over to you, does walk past the way, she does look over to you. Their visage is a little bit different. Short, cropped hair, in very just nondescript face, plain features, and they just stare at you for a prolonged moment.
The message that Ballista gets is, what's going on with that guard?
You say, you hear it, sorry, in your head, Ballista say, "Whoever's with the guard isn't me. I'm following. They're going to the prison."
Okay. In which case, Slia does a second sending. Do I know you? And it's aimed at Neff.
Neff, you receive that sending. You recognize that voice.
Well, yeah, it's me.
Oh.
Oh.
Sarza is just like waiting, like jumping
Also,
on
hi.
the edge of the doorway.
Slia's hands just go like this, and she's like, oh god, it's Neff.
And then I think Neff just sort of aimlessly looks around with her low perception, just doesn't see anything. Like, she looks at one of the guards, like, "Are you Slia? Is this the disappointment crew actually saving the disappointment crew again?" She starts to
Sarza
feel more
bolts out
comfortable
the
with the
door.
guards.
We're not that
Sarza runs
good.
out the door, and Neff, you just hear footsteps rushing up behind you.
Okay, I
I
need
brace
to
myself.
I need to do a thing.
But
I need the
can we?
Ifrit guard to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh,
Oh, I don't know if that'll make it. It might be really
Wait,
close. Let me just check.
now you're just somebody that I used to know. Somebody.
Con save.
Yeah.
It's pretty good con.
Also, I guess an additional
Oh.
detail is that the Neff that's being tugged away by the guards has a beard.
Sweet. Not
Oh,
proficient
yeah,
in
she has a
con.
beard.
Has a +7.
Beard of cloaking.
Roll 17.
Fuck. Okay. They are not blinded.
Okay. They feel just like a sort of like wave of magic, and they immediately look down to Neff and just say, "What are you doing?" And they kind of like shove you away, and they start to like put their hand on their weapon.
Can I roll an insight check to
I would
see
like
if I...
I would like initiative rolls before we go any further. From Louis,
Yeah.
Neff,
Are you joking?
Louis, Neff,
Alright.
Leah, and that's it. I don't think Sarah's. You know what I think is fun? Is inside
Oh, no.
the mansion. Also, Lorana just making tea in a bath, like do do do.
Yeah, glad I'm involved in this.
Yeah. Okay. Mhm.
We were Mission Impossible out here.
Oh, okay. Not good on Bellisa's part. Righty. Excuse me while I just get my pen. Thank you, George, for the
Pen, pineapple, apple, pen.
Right.
This can only
And
end
then
well.
we're gonna break. We're gonna break before we do this. I just will get the.
I'm already broken, Emma.
Great. So 25 to 20.
Nope.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry, wait.
20 to 15.
I sorry,
25
I
to
got 23.
Louis, you're up first, and then 20 to 15.
19, actually. That non-healer initiative.
Slya.
Nice.
Ifrit. 15 to 10.
Ooh,
7.
Okay.
Got those Nephrils back. It's 5 on the dice.
Nef. Saraza.
She only rolls horrendously when it matters most.
Neat. Right. So. First up, Bluey, is there anything you want to do?
okay, how far away? What is the possible way of getting to where Neff and the guy?
They're about 35 feet away from you, having just pulled the head out of your distance. But you could dash
are
forwards
they?
if you wanted to.
Oh boy. Look, Bluey had a thought. What if she bloody did like compel Jewel and to the guard and was like, "Come at me, bro. That's my friend there." Or what if she was like, "Susan, it's been so long. Oh, it's been ages. Like,
Are you doing
what the
diplomacy,
hell's-" You know,
or are you going to attack? That's you're setting the mood.
I'm gonna do a heckin' diplomacy and
Okay.
try and let other
Right.
people do sneaky
What do you say?
things.
How? I want
Yeah,
you to just tell me exactly what you say. What are you trying to get to?
Susan. She's gonna start running.
Okay.
And then she's going to go, wait, what are you doing with her? That's my friend you have there. What has she done?
Yeah, what have I done? I only reported a
Okay.
crime.
30 feet is how far you get. I think I'm going to allow you to make a charisma check to see how well you kind of like. Yes, a check, not a save. Just a check.
Well, that's adding nothing.
Great, just roll that dice.
That's a 15.
15. The Ifrit stops
Susan.
and looks at you with confusion, and then looks back to Neff like, "What is going on?" Slya, it's your go. Unless there's anything else you want to do, Bluey, bonus action wise. She
Wait,
does not look. Does not look
What
very
if I also-
convinced.
What if I also did compel Jewel?
Is that a bonus action?
Oh my
I am going to let you guys go to jail. You could all go to jail. I am not saving you.
This is great. I love
You
this.
leave
Let me
the
just
sanctuary
check.
and try and rescue Neff straight to jail. Compel Jewel with a guard, jail.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Jail.
Okay. If you target, damage it. Okay. I don't think they know that you.
If you want to do it, just do it. Because actually, I completely forgot that I said we were gonna take a break before we got into this. I'm just gonna pause it on the end of your go.
Action.
It's a bonus action. Are you gonna compel Jewel?
One creature that you see within range must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is drawn to you, compelled by your divine demand.
The great blue
let
one.
my Susan go. For this duration, it has disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than you.
Okay.
So that's for a minute.
Okay. You want to do it?
So
you have to choose now.
They can't move away from me. Yes, I'm gonna do it. It's wisdom 16.
They have a +6 to wisdom. They rolled a 5 on the dice.
Oh, Bluey!
And on that, yes, we will take a break as they turn towards you with murderous intent. Right, we'll take a short break there. Get your tea, get your loot. I'm going to bring the heater in here because I'm very cold.
Oh my god. I'm getting warm because I'm so hyped up.
All right,
right, okay. See you
right
in a
back.
memento.
Boom, audio is back, and... Wait, no. Okay, now boom, audio is back.
Boom.
And now video is back.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Right, we jump right back in where we left off with the Ifrit approaching you. Well, turning towards you because we can't move yet until it's time. Bluey, and it's Slia's go in the turn order.
Okay. So I guess from the doorway, let's say she can do this from the doorway, because it's within 60 feet. She's going to use, she's going to drop a darkness bubble around the Ifrit, which is not a damaging spell; it's a control spell. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Understood. Okay. The Ifrit.
Yeah, it doesn't have a save. It's just darkness.
The darkness just like swells out. Are you doing it in any single direction to consume only the Ifrit, or are you trying to consume anyone in the area with the darkness?
It's a point centered on the Ifrit, and it is a 15-foot radius sphere for 10 minutes.
Okay. Ifrit.
Will it move with the Ifrit?
Bluey.
Yes.
I'm using the lines in my thing to make a grid. Okay. Okay, that should be 15 feet. Right then. So, the very center of that, you have the Ifrit with Neff on one side and Bluey on the other. Both of you are just thrown into a sudden darkness. Slia, the only person outside of that bubble currently. Well, Saraza would be on the cusp of it because he started rushing forwards. Saraza and the person who you assume to be Ballista, considering
Slia's going to gesture back towards the house.
Gotcha.
And just kind of be like, come on, guys. That's it.
Gotcha. Next up is the Ifrit, who is going to, in their confusion, let's see. What are they going to do? Right. In their confusion, they are going to flail out wildly with their scimitar. So, I'm first going to roll a d6 to see which one of you they get, because both of you are within range. Neff, would you like to... Neff, who wants to be odds, who wants to be even? I'm going to say...
Odds, because I'm a bit odd.
Okay, Neff is odds and Bluey is even.
Okay.
It's a 5, so Neff, you're going to get hit with... It's disadvantage because they're in darkness.
On attack rolls against creatures other than me.
Because this is unintentional, yes, but they have disadvantage anyway. So, regardless, it's disadvantage. 15 plus 10, 25. Does that hit you?
Only just barely.
Boy.
Only just. Okay.
By like a magnet, by like 10. It's
Through the darkness, you just feel something like burning hit up. Something like slash up your side, like giving you a burning pain, and then actual burning, which you recognize from being cooked the first time. You take 10, 14, 15 points of damage for the first one. Again, right. This time it's going to be Neff again, because they rolled a 1 on that.
Let's go.
Natural 1. And the next one just goes wildly.
barely.
You feel the rush of it over your head, the heat of this flaming scimitar. But does not get you this time. So you're 15 points down. They are then going to pick a direction, rolling on a d4. Never east. And they're going to move as far as they can east. 5, 10, 15. How was the speed is 40 feet. They can fly?
What? Well, hang on. Also, if they're moving
No.
more than 30 feet from me,
Okay.
I guess they don't know that. Then they have to
Well,
make a
what does the
wisdom-
spell say? They can't move away from you, can they?
Must make a wisdom saving throw
Okay.
each time it attempts to move a space that is
I'm
not
gonna
10 feet
do
away.
that.
If
A
it
space-
succeeds, the spell doesn't restrict the target's movement for that turn, but it doesn't end the spell.
Gotcha. Okay, we're going to try that. Ooh, it might succeed. Yes, it definitely will succeed this one. 23. Okay, so
Get back here. Wherever you
I
are.
think it would be fun if they flew.
I agree.
The darkness bubble going up.
T-pose. How high up is the darkness? Would it be 15 foot up as well?
Radius.
Yeah, it's a 15-foot radius all around the
Gotcha.
Ifrit.
Cool. Oh, it moves with him.
Yeah.
Neat. He doesn't know that. He flies up and he's like, "This darkness is never ending." It's a weird sight to behold as 60 feet up in the air, this 15-foot round black sun, this orb just rises from the ground, and it just sort of like starts moving sporadically. It's just like as he goes every which way to try and shake this bubble of darkness, leaving everybody on the ground free and visible. Holy shit, that's actually very good.
This is wild.
Neff, as you are freed from this darkness, you do see, and everybody else now with the benefit of vision, you do see that there are stirrings of Ifrit rushing over from the embassy. They're maybe a bit too far to be any immediate threat. You get the impression if you hang around too long, you're going to become one. So, what do you do?
Could
Neff,
I
it's your go.
attempt to dash?
Yes, you want to dash for the door.
Yes.
You are 35 feet away from it, so you can get in
Know where it is?
with ease.
Okay.
Blue, what did you say?
Does Nev know where it is?
Does Neff know where it is? That's very good. You think you would because you'd be able to see
Well,
Slee from this area, but just make a perception check for me.
Me come towards.
Yeah, make a perception check with advantage.
if I make a perception check with advantage, can I no longer dash? I'm taking an action. I think I would just walk for my turn, right?
What's a passive perception?
Bad. So I'll take the action and I'll.
It's bad, but I think now that there are people have like made themselves known to you by casting spells and running out of this doorway,
Okay.
I think you'd probably be able to put one and one together.
Passive
And run
perception
through
is
the
a
door.
13. So I'll let you.
I think you'll be able to do it.
All right, dash away.
Okay, good.
Dash as you go.
Let's go now.
Ah.
You make it through the doorway. Sarza sees you rush past and joins in. It's like, right, and goes running at your heels. Ballista does the exact same as she is next in the order. Bluey, it's your go. Are you dashing? This is a brilliant order for you guys.
I think Blue is pretty dashing
Yeah,
and
I would like
fabulous
to
in my
dash.
opinion.
Sweet, Bluey, you dash in. Slayer, it's your turn. Are you slamming that door?
Yes.
Sweet. Is that a concentration spell, Darkness?
Yes.
You're no longer on that plane of existence. When you close the door, you will know it's going to drop, but it's worth it? You think so?
Yeah.
You all collapse through the door. It's like running through, just managing to grab onto various bits of furniture, walls, whatever, and leaving out a sigh of relief as everyone, you look, and reunited with you all, Neff. Sarza looks at you and just goes, and rushes forward and just grabs you and pulls you into a big hug.
I will initiate the bear hug sequence
Right.
and attempt to bear hug each and every single one of you. Nobody's getting it away from this.
That was insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't want to think about what the fallout of that's going to be.
Nope.
What's the worst that could happen?
Why would you say this?
We
All
are
staring around.
the rest of us. The rest of us are not immune to ones. Thank you, Neff.
The rest of us are not immune.
All stare. From upstairs, you hear commotion, the sounds of rushing feet, the door slamming, and just Sarah's going, ah! In like relief, a sound of relief from him.
Floran, we are not going downstairs.
Take it 18 seconds.
Literally, that took 18 seconds.
He looks at Loran.
Wow.
No, not yet.
No,
I don't know
No.
what it is, but I don't think we're ready for that.
I'll just keep making tea then.
Yeah. Very good. Quickly cutting back to the reunion downstairs. Is there anything anybody wants to say to Neff?
Well, like, Nev,
Bluey.
I'm so sorry we couldn't
For what?
save you then, but I'm glad we could get you back. But also, we didn't know you were coming. We didn't know you were.
Surprise!
Robbie wanted to make her life as difficult as possible.
I'm gonna give Bluey a very tight hug and pat Bluey in the back. Don't feel guilty at all. I'm really glad that Cass, I think, understood what I was trying to convey before my memory kind of goes a little bit blank.
Cass just shakes her head and says,
And I turn to Cass.
Credit, Neff.
I don't give you enough credit at all for saving my friend.
I should have saved both of you.
Well, you know how it gets. I'm a little bit
Hey,
too
it's only
chaotic
got 2
for
on.
my good.
Mm.
I'm sure I could have done it.
I think using your legs as well as your arms might have been a bit difficult, and trying to save me as well as Bluey would have jeopardized your chances of saving both of us. Better to let just me fall than to let us both fall by accident, you know? And look,
I think
I'm here and in one piece. But, and I looked at everybody else. It's,
Sarah says, yeah, you were a bit soft.
I've gotten squishier. It's my bones. No. Speaking of being in one piece, the piece that I'm now in is a part of a slightly smaller puzzle on the whole.
Oh, right. Loran did say that you were a halfling now.
Alright, why did you spoil the surprise? Oh, he's not here.
Ha
I hear him
Cool.
from upstairs.
Also, you're confused for a second why Loran would be like, haha. And just, it felt right in the moment. I don't know why. I felt like I was being summoned down there. Maybe we have a peek.
I look upstairs and look back at the rest of the group. And then at Sarazer. I guess are they having sex again?
Oh my god!
Neff, I feel like I should give you
Why would you do that?
text. Yes, is that stuttering, stammering, in character.
Is that the... Wait, are you taking from that Loran lost your sex?
I don't look.
no, Loran's doing very important spell casting.
Okay. I won't ask necessarily about that.
Just the again tacked on the end there.
Oh,
See, I came into the session thinking we have to set up. The bar has been set high by the antics thus far. We need to raise that bar at least 2 magnitudes higher than it was before. So,
I think Brian hears that. I think he hears the commotion downstairs then.
Yeah, Loran was just about to like poke the door open, and you see, just as he does, that comes through, and Loran is like, I mean, that's an idea, but no! Kicks the door open.
oh hi, Loran. Oh hi, Mark.
Loran just looks at you like, oh my god.
Hi, Loran. Are you decent?
He slowly just like takes a step back into the room, like, clearly not, I have to go. It starts like fading away.
Volstead sticks his head out.
Hello, Neff.
Hi, Ryan.
How is my father?
He was really funny. He has a very good sense of humor. I see where
Oh,
you get
yes.
your comedic inspiration from.
Oh yes, we're a hilarious family.
I know. Quite witty too. He never lets his guard down. He's putting on a show for the entire kingdom non-stop. It's really commendable, actually.
Show on for the entire yes. So Neff. That's a fun name.
I see you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Neff,
Yes.
what just, summarize for me in 20 words or less what just happened, Dad.
I arrived.
Ascending.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Oh! Loran pops his head back out. I did forget to tell you she was coming. That was in the scream that your father emitted.
Your father.
Something along the lines of sending her back. Did forget. But hey, she's here now. That's fine.
That sounds like something you're not meant to get.
Oh,
from the
you,
screen.
Loran.
Neff, why were you going to
Okay.
jail?
Oh, Neff was going to jail? Understand.
Yes.
Yes, I think she needs some time out.
Well,
For her
I looked at
criminal.
Ballista at this point, who's here as well.
Ballista is just like staring at this room like this doesn't look like the.
I didn't know that you were going to be me. And I looked at the wall and I saw my reflection. And then I turned my head like, whoa, that's a really realistic reflection. And it wasn't a reflection, and I got scared. And I banished Ballista for 1 minute, and I did it in front of everybody. And they noticed, and they were.
Oh.
I tried to come up with an alibi, and they got really suspicious of my motives. I think they thought maybe I was the imposter.
Neff, I need to. I
Yeah.
need to just pull you aside for a moment.
Okay.
Ballista takes your arm and soccer punches you in the stomach.
Oh.
Just once.
I have a slash
Um,
wound there. How could you do that?
It's not very hard. You take. This is an unarmed strike. You take 4 points of damage.
Oh.
How's Neff?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh.
I feel satisfied now.
Okay.
Oh, I guess we should probably actually give you, I don't know, maybe our real name, since you're in Sorellaras's mansion now.
What is a Sorelleras? The wizard.
Oh.
Your contact.
Oh. Oh. I forgot I knew his name. Excuse me. I made a mistake. Great. Oh. Oh.
The jig is up.
Never
We
invited
know
here.
what he is. No, sorry.
Get
I
comfy.
won't say that.
Yeah.
The jig is up there. Now tell us what you know. I shine the light into their face. Give it up, bucko. There's no use holding it in.
Well, I'm not concealing anymore, and I've been quite forthcoming with Cass. I assume she's conveyed as much to you.
I've been dead.
I don't really know who you are beyond our initial encounter.
You looked
This was
pretty convincing
Susan.
like me.
This was Susan, yes.
And now I'm Susan again. Well, I thought I was until I met Susan. And I look at Ballista. I guess
And
I'm
your
not
real
Susan
name?
anymore.
Oh, because we had called Neff to her, Neff to her face in the mansion, so I just assumed that Ballista had picked up on that.
Great. So your real name is Neff.
Well, that's my nickname.
What's your real name?
Nefel.
Nefel.
Uh-huh. I like the way you say it. It
Nefel.
sounds very, like, dramatic and dark. Like you want to punch me again.
That's because I've been here for so long that the fire has melted my vocal cords.
Whoa. That's, yeah.
Very dark.
Do you want a lozenge?
Wow, it's great to have you back, Neff.
Oh, actually, speaking of being back, I don't look like this anymore, and I'm gonna let my disguise down because we're in the mansion.
Do you like take off the beard like?
Oh yeah, I take out the beard,
Funny.
and
You
I
just, like,
shrink down a little bit. I don't
Uh-huh.
have my horns or tail anymore. I was demoted. I'm kidding.
This
I'm a
is
halfling now.
That's actually really very good. Very good comparison being demoted.
You were demoted.
When archdevils and fiends are demoted, they change their forms, so they'll often lose appendages, which would have given them a sort of a sense of like grandeur or a fearsome visage before. So this actually makes sense.
I don't miss my tail that much. It used to get in the way when I would sit down, but I kind of miss my horns. I like them.
Now you have nothing to blame for getting in your way anymore.
Only my quick wit.
So Saraza kind of just says, "There's some craft supplies in the basement. We can make you some horns."
Yeah, it's that would probably be more cumbersome than it's worth. I mean, I've had a few days to.
I will make
Recalibrate.
you horns.
And
And he takes your hand and just starts leading you down to the basement.
Sarah's.
Are you guys all like gonna be, camped out in here tonight because we're kind of hunkering down?
I think that's a good idea, Cass says. We can rest up and then tomorrow morning we'll reconvene and figure out.
Can
Deal with contracts
Nice.
tomorrow?
Well, Saraza says, we have it. The coral contract.
Oh,
It's
The one with
table.
Terrabine.
Sarah's why? I feel a
Tomorrow.
wound radiating from
Tomorrow.
your back. Are
Wait.
you okay?
Wait,
Neff.
Sorry, Brian. What did you say?
Oh, I would like to excuse myself from the room, but first, Neff. He
Yes.
walks over to Neff, asserts his now 6-foot height,
Hi,
bends
Brian.
down and gives her a hug.
I hug Brian back. I tear up a little bit.
And he
I
whispers.
missed you all.
He
What?
whispers in Neff's ear, "If you ever talk about Loran and my sex life in public again, I will boil you like a lobster." Pats her on the back, straightens back up.
Well, I've been
Lovely
boiled
to
once.
have you back. Goodbye, and he leaves.
Oh, okay. See, he gets that from Roll Me. I know now.
Saraza just like pushes you firmly towards the basement. Anybody who wants to come and craft with us is welcome.
I thought you were gonna say come and cry with us. I was down for that as well.
I'm happy to come down because, like, well, what if we crafted with the contract?
Cass says, I'll keep an eye on it up here. I don't really
Do
want
you
to leave
want-
it alone.
company.
Billory Craft.
Thank-
You've done enough today. You did really well.
Thank you. I haven't used that spell before, and this is pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
You were really cool.
The way you couldn't move away from you was, yeah, it's pretty cool.
And then I'm gonna turn to
well,
Slee as well.
He went that way.
Well, that was the moment where the big bubble was like juddering around, like, oh my god, it's stuck.
Hmm.
I thought it was cool.
Can I also
Yes, Leah. Oh my god.
turn to Slee and give Slee a hug?
Of course.
Oh, I thought Neff had already given Slee a hug.
I want to give a special one-on-one Patreon
A one-on-one
$5
hug.
exclusive tier hug to you. Thanks for showing me where the door was and for always being there for me. I really appreciate you. And you seem like you could use a big hug. So I'm gonna squeeze Slee gently.
So it just kind of like ruffles Neff's hair just a little bit.
I'm now at a more ruffleable height.
Well, no, like while they're hugging, you know.
You can also ruffle more hair because there's. Sorry.
A larger
Oh my
percentage
God.
of me is now.
Oh
It's
my
like
god.
cousin it.
No. A large percentage of me is also hair. Look.
Oh my gosh. Where'd Emma go? Oh, there she is.
Closing the curtains.
Where is Emma, and what did this pile of hair do to her? Unhand her, fiend!
Wait.
Can
What
I
is-
attack
what is-
the hair?
Compelled duel.
Hi.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. That was weird. I don't know what happened there. Right. So
Felice is staying up with Cass and Slee as well.
she doesn't look like she's going anywhere. She seems a bit stunned, but not quite ready to have this conversation. She seems to have taken the sort of the cue of tomorrow quite on board, as she just kind of like slumped into a chair. It's cooler in here. This is weird.
That's because I'm back and I'm really cool.
You are in a basement.
I know. Maybe that's.
You are in the basement.
But now the
Sorry,
basement
it's a long sniff there.
is a more cool basement. Or maybe it's because
Neff
you're
says
here.
randomly, unprompted. Saraza looks at you and checks your temperature.
Can Slee do a medicine check on Ballista?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. at the mention of like the melting of her vocal cords, I feel like she would kind of just ask like, "Hey, can I?"
Unmelt them.
No, just like, "Can I look over your throat?"
Oh. Just a quick
She kind
surgical
of just holds her
procedure.
hand to it, like, I don't know. Seems a bit. No, I don't know. I think it's a bit.
Get a wooden paddle pop and go say, you know.
Yeah. If she doesn't want Slya to like, she won't.
It's fine. I don't.
I'm Slya, by the way. Nice to actually meet you.
Slya. You know, Ballista's my surname. Freya.
Thank you.
Say again.
Freya.
Freya.
I'm gonna sleep now.
It's a lot. There's a lot of information.
For tomorrow. Oh, and the kids are on a ship. The moss thing worked.
Glad they're safe.
Told you.
Went off without a hitch.
Good.
And she closes her eyes and just puts her head back.
Slya will just kind of like put a blanket over her.
She mumbles thanks. Ulster.
See.
As you close the door, you see Loran is sitting on the edge of the tub, just kind of like stirring the tea a little.
Almost ready.
Almost. Sit with me a moment.
Brian perches on the edge of the tub.
Rub-a-dub-dub, 2 men in a tub. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself.
Then I'm gonna
Really?
bathe into the tea and then serve it to Sorella. Have some bran infused too.
Yucky.
It's real Belle Delphine shit.
Do you not? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Dear God, no.
Gamer boy bathwater.
Nope. Turn off your mic, Thomas. You get time out.
Go to the naughty corner.
So,
Just like
Ulster. Everybody off. You're all in timeout. Slya, you're all right. But don't let me regret that. Right. Loran says, "Let's sit with me." And Ulster sits, and he just kind of like pats the edges of the tub on either side of him, and he says, "I had a thought. You know,
You have a lot of those.
I do. Very inquisitive. I don't want to surrender my whole life to this quest. I don't want everything I do, every decision I make, to be based around whether or not I think it's going to lead to, I don't know, death, destruction, cruel killing us all.
Brian slowly like wraps himself around. I was like, no.
No, not going to happen. I don't want to do that. And I don't think you do either. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep being Captain Moran as long as the group needs me to. But when it's just us, I think we can be honest with each other. You're right, no reputations.
I mean, I think I saw through your reputation a long time ago.
No.
We like blushing, Loran. He pinches Loran's cheek.
Loran blushes. Blushing Loran is also very sappy and sentimental and all that.
I know.
And I was thinking, about how far we've come, and yeah, we've changed. We're not the same people we were before, but
It's like we've been married for 66 sessions.
yeah, it's like that, isn't it? We've changed. We're not the same as we were before, but I don't think that's entirely bad.
I don't want to be the same.
No. We've grown together. And I can't be myself without you. I can only be whole when I'm at your side as well. Someone who knows me wholly. And I was thinking, that if you're ready, I'm ready as well. To leave proof of that in the world.
Can I roll a sneaky insight check, even though I think I know?
Sure.
That was very cocked. Fell and hit my dice. 26.
You know.
Brian just like red. It's like, oh. Right now?
Well, I know we didn't necessarily have a cave, but opening up a extra dimensional space in here might be a little bit difficult. So I can make my own. I'm just gonna have to do a little bit of a dash out the door.
Like a neighboring kind of cave. Yeah.
Like we open the door, we do a sneaky look around. The guards are there, they see us, but we're too quick for them. We rush across the city streets and throw open the door and fall into each other's arms. How's that sound?
Very us. Do you know the runic patterns to do the whole like?
If you scare them off for a moment, I might be able to cast them.
Interesting. Me? Scary? No. Never.
I'm sure you'll be able to think of something.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Polar bear, mayhap. Sure, they've never seen one of those.
Polar bear. But maybe I can like work, on getting some like longer teeth. Like I was really looking at Sorelleras's teeth, and I think that if I try, I can start forming my jaw in a similar way. Might be a bit painful at first.
Could be neat. He holds out a hand.
Okay. Also's already up. He's like, yes, let's go right now.
You take Loran's hand and pull him up off the edge of the bathtub, and Loran just like strolls over to the door and throws it open.
Should we get anything? Should we tell anyone? Is this something we need to?
Nah.
No. No. Okay.
Hello,
Good.
underlings. You may never see us again, but know that the last time you did see us, we were truly a power couple. Now off we go, and Loran
Goodbye.
just like flies down the stairs with all stare in tow. The door is just thrown
are you coming
open.
back in the morning?
Yes. Goodbye.
Oh, okay. Yes. Have a good night. Slya
We
starts
will.
blushing just a little bit.
Gee,
Is this audible from the basement?
no. That I can assure you. He made his proclamation from the upper level.
Sarasa can do nothing.
Also, I feel like
attending nothing.
cast does like a soft hooting sound of just like enthusiasm.
Yeah, it's in minor key. Woo. But like the intent is there. As you guys just just slam the door open, you see outside that there are there's like 3 or 4 guards just all converged around this like quivering Ifrit, just like, I am a harbinger of darkness. And like the door throws open, thrown open, and he just points, I've never seen them before, but maybe they know what happened here. And,
Also runs in front of Loran and transforms into a polar bear, but he's gonna go ham on the teeth.
yeah, as these 4 Ifrit just turn around, they're like hands aflame. You just kind of like rip up your form and just kind of like growl at them, slam your feet down, make an intimidation check with advantage.
Alright. I don't know what the polar bear's intimidation would be. Hold on.
Charisma.
Oh, that's probably it's your own charisma stat.
Like, oh, well, it's nothing then. Alright.
The advantage is giving you a
19 and a 16.
19.
So
Perfect. Okay. With a 19, you just kind of let this roar rip out from your throat, and it's enough to send these Ifrit, who are towering fiery creatures, just like stumbling back, like, what the fuck? And it's a delay. It's not enough to get them like completely off your trail, but it's enough that you guys can like break away. And Loran, just from behind you, you just hear him casting these runes as they like throw and attach onto a door ahead of you. Selecting one just directly opposite on a random building.
the height of chaos.
The height of chaos. And you kind of just like rush forwards and you kind of circle around, making sure none of the Ifrit can come through, get too close to you. And they begin to rush over. They rush towards the door that you came through. One of them like puts a hand on it and turns it and pulls it open, and it opens into just an empty, like abandoned building. There's nothing beyond there. And 2 of them rush in, but they can't see anything. Their weapons are drawn, but they just nothing.
They're like, what?
The other 3, the one who is quivering on the floor is just kind of like slowly trotting behind the others with caution. The other 2 are slowly approaching, but by the time they're anywhere near you, the runes are cast, and Loran just like after you.
Also, like transforms back into the door.
And the door slams shut. And with that, fade to black. Unless there's anything Allstar wants to say to Loran.
I think we're going to do a fade to black. Read about it in a fan fiction later.
Neat. So, everyone else, back inside the...
Who's going to tell Sarah?
Everyone else back inside the main house. You hear the commotion. You hear the sound of a door opening, but no one enters in. Nothing at all. You are safe. Is there anything you want to do before the evening settles in on you?
So none of us in the basement know.
Nope.
We are capital
So we're just
O.
starting to
oblivious.
craft.
You're starting to craft. You're making some horns?
I'd love to make horns. I'd love to help
Stunning.
make horns.
Great. Everybody make me dexterity checks. Neff, you can make yours with advantage because Sarah's always helping you make the horns.
Okay. I'm gonna craft some horns. I'm gonna cosplay as myself. It's
Hell
gonna be
yeah.
great. Say dexterity with advantage?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna need that advantage. Oh, Neff, what is this? That was a 3 and a 5 on the dice. 5 ends
Oh,
up
no.
being a 7.
7. They're extremely clumsy cardboard horns. Natural 1. Bluey, you're just like sticking paper on your head. Like, why is it staying up?
You know, now that I'm
Um,
trying to make these horns, haven't spent a whole lot of time actually looking at them. They're kind of out of my eyesight range.
Sarah
Peripherals.
says, I think they were placed around here. Puts them on your temples.
That doesn't feel quite right.
I think it's right, Neff.
I'm not so sure.
They were like ram's horns, right?
What? I did ram things with them, but I don't think so. Kind of, but I
That sounds painful.
felt like they were protruding from here, and I pushed Sarah's hands into it. Another different, wrong spot. That still feels kind of off for some reason. Maybe it's just because it's paper. I don't...
Maybe if we just glued them to your head, that would be.
Wait.
What if we make 4 horns?
I have some PVA.
Oh, yes.
Nev, what,
Personal, very
what if
adhesive.
you-
I learned about that.
Where did you hear about
what
that?
if you,
Louis Grown, sorry.
what if you put your disguise back on, and then we could try and shape the horns.
That's a really
on
good
your face,
idea.
but it will fill the space where it should be. Yeah.
I put my beard back on.
Yeah.
Hey, it's me, Neff, but I have a
Okay.
beard and I'm slightly shorter.
And it's like
So
all
you guys see a Neff
Mhm.
in her final form.
Before I was Neff, and now I am Neff. Hello.
Neat.
I guess you could say you could never have enough.
I would love to try crafting again.
So you want to try again? Make me another dexterity check. This time with the Neff horn guide on her head. You have advantage.
Okay, cool. This is the two pandice that I'm borrowing.
Yeah.
Together at last. Oh, that's pretty good. 19.
19.
This is
You
my
get some
best
pretty
idea
darn good
yet.
horns on. You learn from your mistakes the first time round. Not just paper. What about paper mache? As that thought crosses your mind, you begin to craft around a foil base, which you kind of just like scrunch together. These like layers and layers and layers of paper mache, taking newspapers and parchment like scraps that are left over, and just like, expertly crafting these like well-shaped horns. They're not quite the same as Neff's, but they're close.
Wow, I believe you got
But
really,
done.
really good at that really fast.
Hey, wait, this can't be done in one action, can it?
No,
No,
but
is
this
like
this
Spontaneous.
10 minutes, right?
yeah, this represents like like a solid 15-20 minutes work. And but they're damp from the glue, but you get the impression they're going to dry in a very nice shape.
Is your neck okay? You need a break from. Actually, are they heavy?
I'm used to having horns normally.
They're not particularly heavy, no. But yeah, that's a very good point. She is
Oh, okay.
used to having horns usually.
In fact, my head feels kind of strangely light.
Bonus?
In a way.
Right.
Also, I have bad
I mean,
news.
like, not. Hmm?
I lost a lot of money in the lava.
Well,
It was a
I
very
would rather
expensive
have
death.
you here than all that. Neff, Sarasa
Yeah.
says, I would much rather have you here than any amount of money.
Well, that's really
Your
kind
life
of you.
is-
But, I mean, being broke is kind of sucks. But I understand.
I've technically inherited a large fortune.
Sarazar!
And you also have a mother who was an empress. Whilst she does not
That's
have
true.
access to any of the funds of the country, which because she surrendered those upon.
Yeah, that's
abdication
kind of how that
to the
works.
state. Yes. She
Otherwise,
made
that
it
would be
very clear.
stealing from the country, and that would be
That's
bad.
true, but she also made it very clear that she wanted the empire to start being moved towards, governed by the people.
I think that's a good idea. I was petitioning for that as well, so I'm glad we're heading in that direction.
My friends also wanted the same one. Yes. Anyway, that's another story.
um,
But I was going to just say that
Yeah.
I have some saved away, and for your work on the council in those months you were there, you do have wages.
Oh, that wasn't volunteer work?
No, your brother approached me privately and asked to have everything you earned put into a trust fund when you were responsible enough to receive it.
This is the best news I've heard in the last 10 seconds, ever since I found out you guys were alive.
It is a
my
small
gosh.
fortune. Very, very
Whoa! That's very fortunate.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna stop
I
making
will
puns.
say you are not getting that yet.
That's fair.
Okay. I'm glad we didn't have to have more of a conversation about this. If you want to, we can discuss it.
Yeah, that's
between
that's
us.
okay. Oh, we can discuss that at a later time. I don't want to bother you
Mhm.
with that at the moment.
I'm sorry I kept it from you, but I thought it was for the best. You were at the height of your adventuring career.
It's okay.
I did not want you to be accosted by thieves who you thought were well-meaning acquaintances.
That's fair. I've learned to trust everybody less. That's why I banished Ballista before, immediately upon seeing her.
Sometimes
Hmm.
if people have your face, it's interesting to ask why first.
That's probably fair.
But that's a very specific circumstance. I doubt it will ever come up again.
Yeah, I think I have a fairly. Well, I used to have. I mean, tiefling horns are kind of unique, like fingerprints, you know. So it was very strange seeing somebody with, like, the same exact appearance. It just threw me off.
I can imagine.
But I do acknowledge that if that was just an innocent bystander who just happened to look exactly like me, that would have been extremely awkward.
Have you ever heard of the film Parent Trap?
What's a film?
This so
Okay,
I it's like a small comic strip which if you move it very very
What
fast,
is a comic? I've been dead for so long.
I'll show you my comic collection. No,
Sorry.
Oh,
a sequential drawing which if you move it very very fast moves as well.
okay. Oh, that sounds kind of magical.
In its own way.
Oh, that's quite delightful.
It's a kind of magic.
It's a kind of magic. You know, and I'm gonna look to the rest of everybody here. It's really nice to be back with you guys. Sorry for leaving, kind of. I didn't mean to.
We didn't want you to leave.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I'm just glad you're back.
It's okay.
No,
Well, at least we know that
that's what I want.
it seems I was
I
more
wasn't there
flammable
for you.
than I thought.
I'm sorry I wasn't.
No, don't worry. That's all in the past, and now it's a interesting memory that we can look back on, hopefully later down the line and laugh at. But speaking of a burning, searing pain, sorry, Bluey.
Maybe not today.
Maybe not yet.
Laugh at it today.
Yeah, not quite. But as I was about to horrendously segue, Sarazir, are you wounded? I mean, I'm kind of a medic, so I feel like I can sense some sort of painful energy emanating from you. Are you okay? You don't seem like you're obviously hurt, but it seems like you're badly wounded, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
Like, I can usually tell if people are, like, kind of not feeling great. I feel like I can sense something is up. Are you okay? I mean, I've got a slash wound right now in my stomach. I promise I'll get rid of that in a moment, but it feels like you have, like, a worse version of that.
Neff, Sarazar says, no, I'm fine.
Insight check. That was the least convincing I've ever heard.
Insight check.
Alright. Where did my d20 go? Oh, it's here.
Your single d20.
Why? It's a modifier. Can I roll with advantage? Because I can sense something.
Well, here, I think when you say sense, I think what you actually see is from, as you've been working, you've been seeing just like blood beading on the back of his shirt from, you've seen an old wound opening as he ran with the exertion to try.
Sorry, so there's literally blood on your shirt. I can see it. I mean, unless you're like lactose intolerant and you're drinking a lot of milk all the time and it's causing your pores to expand and you're bleeding through your back, even that would be not great.
What?
Neff science.
I learned that in my course in the history books. I mean, they were still like, the books I was reading weren't
History?
exactly. Yeah, I found some old, really old medical books in the library. They were really cool. They had some interesting stuff in there. I don't think all of it's really accurate, but it's a wild ride. I learned a lot. I think I also unlearned a lot, which is kind of bad, but I'm slowly realizing.
Sarazar is looking at you and then down to the ground, and then he starts to just unbutton his shirt. He hesitates and says, "This isn't something you could have stopped. Just know that."
Oh, okay. This sounds really serious. Are you okay? Your chest looks great, but that's not what I was referring to. I know you have like there's a pain inside of you and a void you're trying to feel, but that's not. I mean, you were literally bleeding.
Sarazar turns around and shows you his back. You know what you see.
Okay, Sarazar, I have bad news for you. It's worse than I thought.
Sarazar laughs, but kind of like wheezes a bit as he does, and you see there's like a little bit more blood just kind of trickle out.
Yeah, that was
You see your
I have a feeling.
friends' initials on the bottom as well, all in different styles of handwriting, which you can match for each of them.
Yeah, I think I understand what's happened, given what we were doing. I'm sorry, Sarazar.
You couldn't have stopped it. No one could have. I'm just glad you didn't have to sign. And I'm sorry that everybody else did.
Yeah. Does it hurt at all?
Not so much now.
So you're getting used to it. I think I might know some sort of recipe for some sort of tea that might be able to null the pain a little bit. If you'd like some.
I've had plenty of tea, I think. I need something stronger now.
We put chili peppers inside it.
Not something hot.
They're very cold chili peppers. I could make you some spicy ice cream. If that'd help.
Thank you, Neff.
I mean, Sarah's. It hasn't even been a day. Would you? I don't know. Can we find like a portable bed or something? Kind of, so you don't have to like move about.
Don't put me on a stretcher.
But if it's gonna keep bleeding.
Can I just try? I'm just gonna try heal him a little bit to see if like that at least
Okay.
does something a little bit.
Sure.
Can I at least like bandage it?
Sure, if you want to do a very basic heal, like a medicine check, and try and stabilize the wound,
Yeah,
you have enough time where I would allow you just to do that without magic if you wanted to.
I feel like it looks out. I know that this is like a magical sort of wound. I'm gonna medicine check now. Since I'm inspecting it, and I know Sarazar. I know his body. I've inspected it before on other medical occasions. May I please, Emma, DM?
Yes, you may. Yes,
have an advantage, thank you.
DM, especially on the centenary of this game.
Oh, thank goodness! I didn't want to roll with a 2 on the dice. That's gonna be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You are able to bandage Sarazar's wounds.
I know that like this wound, probably I can't heal it necessarily or do that much to stop pain, aside from like make you chuckle here and there sometimes and distract you from it. But I feel like it probably wouldn't be a very classy look to bleed through all your clothes with just the wound open to the environment. I mean, I know that it's kind of magical and stuff, but stuff can still get in. Like Sarazar, you should know that it could get dirty, but there's a lot of dust in the air. That's like not good for wounds. I mean, there's some there you might fall and trip and maybe a beetle will get stuck inside. Like, you don't want that. So bandages are a really good way of preventing it.
Understood.
Yes.
Thank
As
you.
long as
Nev.
they're not too tight, that'd be good. Yeah.
You're full of wisdom.
I like to think I'm at least full of enough to help it here and there. Is this too tight?
No, it's perfectly fine. Thank
That
you for
means it
taking
needs to be
care
a
of
little
me.
bit tighter. That's what patients usually say when it's not tight enough and it's still kind of loose. So it needs to be just
Understood.
firm.
Okay, well, not wearing a corset. Not yet.
Okay, a little bit loose. Okay, there we go. That should be it should feel like a firm hug from an elderly friend. Is what we learned in was what I read.
Corvus has never hugged me, and I wouldn't quite call him my friend, so I wouldn't say if I can really have a frame of reference for that.
I wonder how Corvius would hug people. He doesn't seem the hugging type.
Just
He seems like more like he would say, "Get off me, boy! What are you doing?"
Absolutely.
Something along those
Perfect.
lines.
It'd be even more accurate if you directed that directly towards Bluey.
Get off me, boy!
Perfect.
I'm sorry, Bluey. I don't. I feel bad.
Right before my very eyes.
Sorry, Bluey. I love you, Bluey. Okay, I didn't mean that. I'm gonna give Bluey a hug too.
Ruby looks delighted.
Also, Slia, Neff starts tearing up a little bit. I'm so sorry.
Not,
Is Slia not here?
she's upstairs.
Oh, never mind. I just
Yeah,
realized
no,
that he's.
Slaya's upstairs.
Oh, I need to say something to Slia later. I feel really bad.
Right. With your craft session,
Can we
wrapping
draw a
up, you
smiley
guys-
face on it? I can put a smiley face on the bandage.
if that would make you happy.
Alright, I'll do it on your side where the wound isn't, so I'm not writing on top of the wound.
Thank you.
I draw a little smiley face. And I'll write, Neff was here. And I'll chuckle to myself.
Understood. Is it was with a W-O-Z?
Yes.
Understood. Okay. As you finish writing that up, you kind of find it hard to suppress a yawn. You had a long day.
I couldn't suppress that one.
How could you do this? It's only a matter of time before it comes to you.
Yes.
No, it will never be never ending. Also, if you fake a yawn, you yawn.
Yeah, true.
Anyway.
I heard some of yawn come from upstairs.
Yeah. Alright. So, you guys all make your way. Well, no, you don't. You guys finish up your crafts and you feel sleep coming over you. And Sarah says, I might find somewhere to rest. Does anybody want to bunk up?
Yeah. I want to make sure that your wound is taken care of. You have to sleep on your side and then rotate onto the other side next night.
They're coming again!
See, Cyrus, you're really tired. I think it's time we get you some shut-eye.
And you guys go upstairs.
Sorry.
Do whistling. Louis, are you going to go and have a rest? Are you going to wait around here a little bit longer? What you feeling?
Look, it's occurred to me that like Nev still has that wound, and Louis and Sarah can't do anything about it. So, just like quickly, like, I mean, you wanted to talk to Slia, but we should get that.
Oh! 1 second. I'm gonna cast it.
I'll say that you can heal yourself up to full with a few
Like
casts.
a hip out and pose.
Jojo
That's-
pose your way to health.
Yeah.
Cure wounds on myself.
Yes.
That's a good choice.
Right.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
I'll
It's
do
one of my
that one.
favourites.
Yeah.
This one as well. I really like. Well, it's like-
Oh,
very good. Do you follow that Reddit where they try and do the poses in real life?
Ready for that? Damn.
That sounds.
Yeah, there
delightful.
is. I'll find it eventually. I'll find it and show it to you.
It sounds delightful.
They've gotten some of like the most insane ones. Like people have been able to like do the one where they're like fully stretched forwards. It's great.
Oh, Polnareff.
Yeah.
There's one with Polnareff
Yeah.
where he does it, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
He's on the
it's
stairs.
good stuff.
And he's like, what the hell's happening? And Dio's
Right.
like, And then he goes back and is like,
So you guys make your way up from the basement. Neff, you heal yourself up back to full. You're feeling very good. Do 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 do. Never gonna get you. Your noise was too perfect.
I realized I did that.
And you pass Slya and Cass. Cass is just kind of falling asleep on your shoulder a bit. Slya.
I'm so sorry.
Was Neff actually saying
Yes.
that she's so sorry?
She's gonna cry, hug you.
Oh,
Slya.
Slya's actually just been like knitting.
Slya.
Do you want to do us a knitting check?
Yes, I would actually, because she was doing it earlier when there was also more crafting as well.
Yeah.
How many knitting checks can I make?
How long have you been knitting for?
84 years.
Since they went down after, and then before when there was like Sarazur and Ulster crafting.
Okay. So you can roll 2. Roll
Okay.
2.
Whole shit. It's a natural 20.
Oh,
So
Oh boy.
let's go.
26 and a dirty 20. 14 plus 6.
Amazing. Right, so you come up and you see Slya finishing off work on what is it you're making? You're finishing it up.
She's remaking Neff's blanket.
Oh!
Ah! It's wholesome.
Oh, Slya. I'm crying.
So yeah, Neff comes up and Slya kind of ties it off and just wraps it around Neff's shoulders.
Slya, I'm so sorry. yeah, this blanket, I dropped it. You made me another blanket.
Yeah.
Slya, I'm so sorry. I didn't be. I dropped it in the lava when I dropped in the lava.
I know. I know.
I'm
I don't know
sorry.
why you're apologizing though.
I just feel bad.
For what?
For I don't know. I just feel bad, but the blanket makes me feel better.
You're fine. You're okay.
Oh, I don't
You're
know.
safe with us again. It's okay. Everything's gonna be okay.
Oh, okay. I believe you. You're always right. And I'm wrong a lot. Thanks, Leah.
Everything's gonna be okay.
Okay. Okay, I promise I won't leave you again.
You just
So-
say
so-
meet.
Sorry, I missed what Neff had said, and then Sarazur was gonna say a thing. Sorry.
Oh, no, I
Neff, what did he say?
I promise I won't leave you again.
And Slya, from behind Neff, Sarazur just meets your eyes. And you can just see there's just like a kind of like a mix of like anxiety and there's not much hope there.
I think she's gonna kind of like just kind of get up and just give Sarazur a hug.
He hugs you back. And after a moment, he just holds a hand out for you, Neff, and for you, Bluey, and motions to Cass as well. And it's big group hug time.
Big group hug time.
And she's gonna whisper in his ear, since she's approximately on his height level. It's going to be okay.
He just
We'll find
dips
a
his
way.
head into your shoulder. Nods. Pulls back. Roll around. Stuff.
Oopsie.
Ask me that question in the morning.
You don't need to tell me. No.
Yeah, I think that's like the most subtle way she could have said that.
Without giving any details.
none of
not that he
them
wants
know.
any.
The contrast,
What
the
they're
two types of
really
people.
doing.
Neff's question versus Slya's. That's good. I wink at Slya.
Ready to ruin Cyrus's
Neff
whole
was-
career.
Neff was spot on, but just at the wrong time.
Yeah. Oh.
Spot on at the wrong time and far too straightforward. And then Slya was very nuanced and delicate with the situation at the correct time, which I think summarizes
You
our
are
characters pretty
correct.
well.
But you just don't know the outcome.
Yeah. Also, she would have said like that was whispered too. It wasn't out loud to like the entire group. Maybe Bluey would have heard it. Maybe.
Understand.
Maybe Blue might have done a bit of a loud like, oh.
Blue, are you
Sorry.
okay? You're making a lot of strange noises. Can I medicine check Bluey?
It's time for sleep.
I agree. Right, so you guys all make your way upstairs to. There are many rooms to choose from. Even though it looks small from the entranceway, it's designed to look cozy no matter where you go. There's always more doors to choose from. You can have your whole room. You can have a whole room to yourself. Sorry, you can have just one room for all of you to pile into, however you like.
Neff is a piler.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sarah's a.
Do Ballista and Cass want their own room?
That's fun. So, actually, I'm going to play this out. So
we
you guys
going to-
begin to make your way forwards, and Neff, I think you see Ballista kind of like choose a room, and your piler instincts come forward, and you begin to walk towards the door, and Ballista just has a hand out like,
Oh.
no. Motions to Cass. Unspeakable things. Closes the door.
Neff makes
You
the
do not
PogChamp
want-
face.
No one will ever know what goes on in that room. No one will know. Not even George. Which I think is fun.
It's literally
Unspeakable.
unspeakable.
If the rest of the group are like behind me as I like walk towards the door and saw that happen, I'm just gonna turn around as that
Oh.
happens.
Surprise Pikachu.
I
Did Emma
shall-
freeze?
Oh, I think she.
Oh! I thought it was Emma holding a pose.
Emma was just disappointed.
George, the perfect time!
She's not
George!
quite in yet, according to.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Hello?
wait, or did the call restart?
No, it's good for
Oh,
me.
it's George. It's because maybe the call restarted because I was cut out. But
No,
if only
call
George
restart.
knew what was happening right now.
Gorgeous George.
Yeah, I thought it was just like a very, very, like, well-timed.
Oh, never mind.
Just tell me she
Oh,
wasn't
come
with me today.
on.
Sorry, I heard the last thing I heard was Neff turns around.
Yeah, she just turns around and makes this face at everybody else.
That's very, very good. Yes. Unspeakable
Everybody's
things.
doing it.
I
You
shall-
don't want to know what Ballista do.
I
So,
shall not speak
anyway.
of those things.
Oh no. Oh god. Why have I done this? Right. Hang on, my computer's just logged back in.
Can't believe.
ちょっと待ってください.
All G.
I might get logged out in a moment from this call, but I will rejoin post haste.
All good.
Well,
Post all the haste you'd like. I'll mail it for you.
Oh my goodness.
Terrible jokes, Adam.
It was hastily mailed. Here I am. Okay, so you guys all pile into your various rooms. Now,
Pile initiated.
across the street. So, Ulster.
Yes.
What happened in the darkness happened.
Unspeakable light.
We fade out of darkness. With the two of you preparing as much as you can to go to sleep this evening. And Loran kind of leads you out of the room and closes the door and says, well, now we just gotta wait, I guess. Can't go in there. Can't disturb anything that might, happen. And Lily, I'd like you to roll D100 for me.
Why?
Why indeed?
For session 100. Haha.
12.
12. Okay. One day you'll know what that number means.
Aelin knows something.
No, that face was. If Brian was a cleric, that would be a divine intervention.
Haha.
Oh, true.
Aelin.
What?
Yeah.
We get a divine intervention with the child. The
Divine.
gods are like, "Bless this
Divinity.
child."
Gods. Sphinxes. It's a sphinx. Crack the
Oh.
code.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just got really emotional and just started crying. Fuck. That's so cool.
Cool. That's fine. Anyway. So,
Brian's like got his hands on the door. He's like, do I have to go back now?
well, like I said, we can't go in. We can stay at the door. But we've got to wait now. We'll know if it happens. We'll feel it. That's from what I can understand. But I only myself and Sorelleras, as far as I know this spell. So only the two of us will be able to get in here. But I'll teach it to my mother. I'll teach it to Corvius. My father might be strong enough, but I'll the people we trust the most.
Brian like throws his arms around her and he's like, I love you.
I love you too.
And Brian just hangs off him.
I wouldn't do this with anyone else.
Brian just tightens his grip.
There's only ever been you for me. I didn't know that before. The way I was. I like the way I am now.
I like the way you made me.
I know it's not easy. I know it might feel like we're losing, but I don't see it that way. Not when we still have this.
Protect this. We do have to tell Saraza though.
Yeah. Let him deal with it.
First thing in the morning,
First thing in the morning.
I can do the announcement, you can do the sparks in the air.
Stunning. Do you want me to set anything on, like, fire, like some fireworks, or
Just wing it.
wing it?
Yeah.
The show must go on.
Again, a little light above Brian's head. And then it's like,
I think just slumped against the door like that. You guys fall asleep against each other. And you settle in for a night of mostly sleep. Maybe in half of the cases it's sleep. Everybody inside the mansion, partway through the night, you hear the sound of wings rustling as the sounds of Sorelras moving, standing up and coming into their full height, just overtake the house. The floors shake, and so do the ceilings. And you swear, it should be impossible, but you swear that you hear the sounds of a creature taking flight. But this is an infinite void of sorts. Makes sense. It's dawn before you hear the creature settle down. And when you slowly come to consciousness and leave your rooms, you don't see the dragon, Sorelras, walking through the halls, but them in their humanoid form. And they're pacing around the front room, around that table which still contains the box. And you see Ballista slowly making her way down with Cass, resuming her seat where she collapsed the night before. An early riser, Cass walking groggily, looking quite like she has not got a single moment of sleep behind her. The rest of you join. Neff, you have your now dry, quite nicely crafted by Bluey, horns on, covered in a blanket made for you by Slya. Sarah's patched up as best as he can be. Fresh clothes, fresh-faced, ready for this day. You guys all assemble. Moments later, you
Here to ruin the day. Or make the day.
You hear Sorelras say, I believe your friends are coming soon. And Sarah says, wait, but aren't they in the house? No.
What?
Oh my god. Oh my god. All stare. As you wake up, you've been feeling cold, even though it's hot here. Unshakable loss. A weight that tells you aren't winning this. A weight that can't let you forget everything you've seen. But there's something else there now.
Maybe.
In your heart, just a flicker of warmth. Like an ember strong enough to light a flame. And you know it worked.
He wakes up and he's like, Bibby.
Loren looks at you as well and is like, I know. I know.
We need to tell people.
We do.
We need to exorcise this emotion.
We need to close this door.
We can come back at the actual match, right?
We can't open this in any other extra dimensional space.
Okay. Ooh. Can I try something?
Of course.
Also knocks the door and starts spreading flowers over it. Not to completely seal it, but to metaphorically seal it.
Understood. You cover it until it is almost like a druid grove in its appearance. What flower do you choose?
That's a great question. One moment.
I'll let you think about that a moment. Yes, Leah?
Could Slee have gotten up early to let Sorelleras know that we have 2 additional guests in the house?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
Cool.
Just
So
that
you-
way they're not surprised by Neff and Ballista.
Understood. Okay, yeah, I think that's actually interesting. Yes, Sorella Ras, when you see them walking through the halls, just says, I felt them. I felt them arrive. Thank you for letting me know.
They don't know.
No,
Just
that's why I look like this. And they can't know. I understand what they would want. I can't give it to them. And I don't want to get their hopes up.
I know.
Right then. And so then they would make their way down. Also, what did you choose?
I chose 2.
Okay.
So I think the main one is sunflowers
Hmm.
for adoration, and then aloe for protection and affection.
Hello.
Aloe?
Hello there, mate. Would you like a sunflower?
Oh god. Thanks, guys.
I like aloe a lot. Aloe is really nice.
Me too. I put it on my skin. Oft. Right. So you seal the
Ruin
door.
Sarah's estate. Ruin Sarah's estate.
ruin or make?
Why not both?
You, both of you, leave out the door you came in through. You do see that your exploits last night have been, I'm going to say, they've been enough to put the guards off from coming anywhere close. There is a suspicious lack of them in this one stretch of the city.
A good move.
A good move, enough so that you can make a dash to the other side unhindered. You throw open the door, and this time it does not open up on a blank space to you. It opens up on a. It opens up on a mansion, much like the one you just left. And Ulster, you see all your friends.
How tall he is today.
Oh, cool.
How much power do we have?
Power.
None at all. He is 5'7".
Oh,
Pretty much normal.
He was 6 foot.
Yeah. Haha.
Lorana's pleased.
Okay. I guess they try to find everyone.
Okay, they are right there. They're right there in the entranceway.
Oh. Hello.
Hi.
Sarah's just like stands up like, what the fuck? I don't usually swear, but what the fuck?
We were just across the street, technically.
Technically is the key word.
Yeah.
But you didn't tell us.
We were on a very top secret mission.
If you're leaving the mansion, I know, I don't want to know the details. Dear God, no. But if you're going to leave the mansion, you have to tell us.
They did kind of.
Announce it.
Yes. I told you that they would tell. I told you that they would tell you in the morning, and well, now they can tell you themselves.
That's not how being forthcoming works. Well, what do you have to say?
Well, also looks at Lauren like, should we do this now? Right now?
Definitely.
Okay, you go. What?
You go.
I go. Me? Oh, okay. He steps up. So Loran and I decided that we want to live for more. That sounded a lot better in my head. And we made the decision to, well, when you love someone very much and you want to leave your mark on this world with them, Loran and
Did
I
it
made a
in public?
child.
Oh,
Oh my god! That was all last night.
Yeah, it only really takes one night.
If I wouldn't know necessarily. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So it's just
Think
like
about it.
beaming and like crying.
Yes,
So very clearly happy for you guys.
thank you.
That's so. When is the child gonna be around? The
I think usually it takes 9 months.
Okay, so 9 months from
What's the date today?
tonight. That's gonna be in like 2,000
Is
sessions.
Sarah okay?
Sarasa is frozen, very quiet, very still, staring at the door like,
Yay.
If you need an extra babysitter, let me know.
Oh, well, yes, we will consider it.
I could teach them how to do really basic healing magic. If they fall over and scrape their knee, they can do a little bit of stuff to make it hurt. Not as much. That's stuff that I learned as a kid. That was really cool.
Yeah.
Sarasa comes out of his stupor. And slowly crosses the floor towards the two of you. Just a blank expression on his face. And he just reaches for Loran and pulls him into a hug.
Oh.
And also you see him like pull Loran's head right by his mouth and just kind of whisper something into his ear and gives him a pat on the back and pushes him away. Also,
Can I perception whatever you said?
he clearly wanted it to be private, but if
Can
you
I,
want-
as a player, perception whatever you said?
I can't believe you
maybe
beat
I'll
me
write
to
a
it.
fic about it one day.
Okay.
And then he comes to you also. And he pulls you in as well. Maybe I get it now.
What's that? Where is it?
Still could have mentioned but okay.
We wanted to do the whole surprise thing. Speaking of, I wanted to ask, he looks over his shoulder, like Sarah's shoulder. Well, we plan to have more than one child, so of course this isn't a one-off thing, but
Oh,
Slya, would you be interested in being godparent to this child?
So you just kind of like, she just rushes up to them, actually just kind of falls to her knees in front of them, takes both like Loran's and Brian's hands, and just kind of presses them to her forehead. I love
Loran
you
falls
two
to his
so
knees.
much. And you deserve all the happiness in the world.
Brian hugs Slya.
Loran does as well.
Sarahzo, you get the next child.
Sarasa just like silently nods.
Army.
we will take over.
I think on that note, we'll wrap up for tonight. Session 100.
100.
Yay!
Did it.
Babies.
Babies!
Babu.
Babu.
Multiple.
That was how
Anybody
Show
wants to
On Game On Dehane came to life.
Indeed. For anybody who wants to know who might not know this about the lore of this world, there's that Lily went in my mouth again. There's a concept called cave babies,
Cave babies.
wonderfully coined, and we what it means is anyone can have a child because no magic is, it exists, and I feel like therefore babies for everyone. How's that for an explanation?
That was beautiful.
Pretty
Yeah.
on point.
Yeah.
It's the Oprah gift. You get a baby. You get a baby.
You get a baby.
And it's not like a sexual thing necessarily. It is a expression of love. As long as there is an expression of dedication and true love there. If the fates align and there is all the possible futures open for a child to be born, then you'll be given a child. And regardless of gender or whether you have a partner or anything like that.
Baby.
Babu.
Yeah. And usually that's facilitated by, that process is facilitated by a deity, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that child will then take on attributes of that deity. It just means that they have a godparent in another sense of the word. Yeah. And that's all. So, thank you all for playing, guys.
Much love.
No, I know, Anna, I know you sent me all of those questions about cave babies. I did not forget.
Oh, no.
Cave babu.
That was mostly... Never mind. Alright.
I don't know what I couldn't hear you, but yeah, okay. Right, yeah, guys. So, thank you everyone who watched. Thank you guys for playing. We'll be on next week 5:15 on a Sunday. Oh, is it wait, December 6th?
Is that a weird week for us?
That was a weird week, wasn't it?
Was it? That's the day after my exam.
Let me check my calendar.
My final
Good luck.
December 6th is ringing a bell.
thing.
There's nothing in my
Bells are
calendar,
ringing.
but I'm going to check it.
Nothing in my calendar.
Let me just check.
Just my exam the day before, sorry.
Oh boyo! You can do it.
Oh,
You can
boy.
do the thing.
That's...
I'm going to be a lot less flexible with rescheduling because I'm working quite late. So if there's
That's
a
okay.
problem.
I think this was something we might have... I don't remember. I think this might have been something we scheduled a while back, but it's not coming up in my... Why is that date ringing a bell?
Is it something non-D&D related?
Oh! You know what it is. It was November 6th. We rescheduled, and George thought it was December 6th. But it wasn't. That's why it was ringing a bell. No, we're on the same time
Perfect.
next week as usual.
Yay.
Yeah.
Told you.
Oh my god.
Righty. So thank you everyone who watched, and see you next time.
Boom, we're off. Whoops, my mic isn't off. Hello, everybody.